Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, save us that star-spangled banner yet waved o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Greetings, my dear beloved Americans and friends to America. I urge you to stay with us until the end of this broadcast and don't switch to anything else, please. Today, we will tell you about what awaits America in the near future. We're not talking about the 2024 elections, by the way. We're talking about something much more priceless to you than another election in our country. We're talking about your future, your life, and your loved ones. We're talking about an inevitable threat that is very real today. And this threat is not Mr. Putin. Americans and all living beings on our planet have at the most 5 to 7 years of relatively peaceful life left. In just 10 years, there'll be no one left on our planet. The cause of this will not be a third world war, but the escalating climate catastrophes that nobody is telling you about. But some of you are already experiencing it right now. Well, today we will tell you about them. Stay with us, and we will reveal the real reason behind the sudden climate changes and the intensification of catastrophic disasters on our planet. We will tell you about the devastating and inevitable cataclysms that await all of us in the coming years. We will examine 2 possible ways out of this situation and the objective reasons why humanity won't be able to choose either of these 2 options. And at the end of today's conference, we will disclose something of particular significance to every intelligent and thoughtful human being in America who cares about themselves, about their family. For the first time, we will provide you with detailed information on what steps you need to take to ensure the safety of yourself, your family, and your loved ones in the upcoming difficult and dangerous times some of you are already experiencing. The time has come for us, Americans, to think about ourselves, about America. It's time for Americans to think about not other countries, but about their own country, the United States of America. It's time for Americans to think not about other people on distant continents, but about their own people and their own family. Today, you will learn things that no one will tell you on the television screens and in the official media. You will discover the truth about the present and future of America. This information is exclusive for the smart thinking people of America, you Americans who are smart. For the real elite of America, the real elite is not those who rule America and are actively destroying it. The real elite is the thinking, intelligent, and hardworking Americans like you. The real elite is you. Dear Americans, you who have made America great, you who have sustained and continue to sustain its greatness to this day, despite everything, you deserve to know the truth on how to take care of yourselves and save your lives and your lives of your family. I address all intelligent and thinking Americans. Please listen carefully to everything that will be said today, and especially wait for the final part, because everything that will be discussed directly concerns your safety, the safety of your loved ones, the future of the United States of America. So let's begin.
Greetings. My name is John An, and I'm a volunteer of the Creative Society Project. By training, I'm a scientist and a business manager with a PhD from Technical University of Munich and a master's degree from UC Berkeley. I also hold an MBA from INSEAD. My professional field is related to developing and commercializing new technologies in energy, chemical processes, and natural sciences. Since joining the Creative Society Project, I, together with many other volunteers, have been conducting research on the issues related to climate and geodynamic changes of our planet. The team has been carefully studying them over several decades, and recently, we have been observing various anomalies in all layers of our planet. And for many years now, I have been concerned about the future of my family, friends, colleagues, as well as my own. We will not delve into more detail, as you can learn them from our previous international forums and our website. But today, we'll present the findings of our work, which reveals the true cause of increasing natural disasters. Moreover, we will also discuss the imminent danger that each of us will face in the coming years, as well as a way out. So, let's first start by looking at a few pictures of our cities in the US, as sad as it may be.
Wow. This is horrible. So these catastrophes that we're looking at right now, that you all are looking at as well, not only are they horrifying, horrific, and whole cities are destroyed, but this almost looks like a bombing. I know we're not in Ukraine, but I hate to make the analogy, but this is what it looks like. It looks like we're in a war zone. Cities are getting wiped out. This is crazy.
Yes, but bombs are not to blame here. All these massive destructions are the result of natural disasters. They've hit these American cities with tremendous force and energy.
This is terrifying. Look at the trees and everything is just burnt out. We're talking about burnt to the ground. My God, what are we looking at here? This is complete devastation. And this really looks like after a war. I don't know what to say.
But no war has ever caused or will cause humanity more harm than the climate catastrophes. Hurricanes, wildfires, tornadoes, floods, droughts, tropical cyclones. These are the bombs wreaking havoc in America today. The photos we've just seen together show the consequences of climate catastrophes that hit the US this year. These include intense wildfires in Hawaii and powerful tornadoes in Mississippi and Arkansas.
So, John, I'm looking at these images. It's incredible. I cannot believe that this is all happening within our own country.
Well, it's not only happening in America. Almost simultaneously with each of these major catastrophes, a number of similar natural disasters have occurred in different parts of our planet. You certainly hear a lot about the fact that the number of natural disasters has been growing rapidly for the last several decades. And this is really so. But only a few people talk about another alarming fact: the simultaneous occurrence of powerful cataclysms in the world. Moreover, it's important to note that severe natural disasters of various types begin to occur simultaneously. That is, those that occur on the surface of the planet, such as extreme precipitation and hurricanes, and those that occur inside the planet, such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. This suggests that we humans cannot be the cause of such irregular coincidences. But it's an indication that very abrupt and deep changes have started in our planet, affecting not only the atmosphere, but also all layers of the Earth. That is, both on the surface and in the planet's interior. This means that everything is much more severe than we have been told. And now is the time for every American to take care of their near future. But we will discuss this in more detail at the end of the conference. For you to have a better idea of what we're talking about, let us watch the next video. It will show how a huge number of extreme natural disasters occurred almost simultaneously every month this year in 2023, both in America and across the world.
I've been trying to salvage what I can all day, and it's just hard.
There's a tower like
It's terrible. Our home is the product of years of hard work by my brother. For the fire to reach here and destroy everything?
Semakin tinggi. Ayo cepat.
Já fica esse alerta aí, vocês vão ficar com as imagens.
É uma cena assim.
Pegou?
Can't express my feelings to you. I'm under the rubble, as you can see. And maybe 2 or 3 or 4 more families. Do you hear the screams of our neighbors?
Look, my 3 children and my wife are lying on this construction site. This is the 3rd day of the earthquake. My children have already died here from the cold. Isn't it a shame that no one hears our voice?
That's a violent tornado!
Rescue! Search and rescue!
We don't know who's alive and who's gone.
We lost a lot of people here, and I got my life. And material things don't mean nothing to me. I'm glad to be here. And I just thank God for that.
My little boy could have been in this if I had picked him up.
Who lived here?
My mom and dad, they're gone. We'll be able to do that.
It's scary. It's real scary. And all the people down that way, we just don't know if they're okay or not.
I think this is Richwood. This has Corner House. That house has been clobbered. This is the home of Lynn and Bud Bell. They had beautiful landscaping.
No power. Oh my God!
Christy, go downstairs!
Oh my God.
Oh my God, it's like right in front of it. Oh my God.
Is Coda in? Coda!
It's worse. But we're alive. That's the main thing. We can rebuild. Lives is not something you can replace.
Oh no, our house is going down. Oh Allah, Allah help us. Our roof has fallen. Everything, you know, all the houses, whatever houses there are, they're all on fire. Just all of them. Everything, every house is on fire from all sides.
Tsunami warning. Evacuate.
Oh my God!
You know, we looked, didn't it? We thought we were gonna
I got multiple people injured and hurt in cars. Does anybody need help?
time where I thought I was gonna die and I was gonna leave a lot of things undone. I know there's people here who today.
All the property and everything, accessories can be replaced, but a life, it can never be replaced. And
in 39 years, I've never seen flooding this bad. I just saw a child. Frightened children they can't get out at all.
Madre mía, qué angustia.
Ісусе Боже, драгі.
What the fuck?
gosh, this is a huge number of powerful catastrophes that are occurring at the same time, all at once, and this is destructive. I don't know what to say, John. I mean, sometimes I'm watching this in the United States. This is a serious situation. I don't think people realize how serious this is. And the cataclysms are happening all over the place. I know that this is more serious than what we're talking about and what we're seeing on the screen. And this last video was that powerful to show us what's happening around the world. And I can't believe that there are people that are still saying that it's not happening. It's like, what do we say to them? They're saying that that's just floods happen all the time. Storms happen all the time. What are we supposed to say to them?
Next time someone tells you this nonsense, like there's having disasters and hurricane previously in the US and the world, and nothing terrible is happening now. Ask this person, was there such a situation previously, let's say 10 years ago, when within just 1 month, such a huge number of large-scale natural disasters occurred as, for example, in August and September of this year? Namely, 9 powerful hurricanes and typhoons formed in various ocean basins. Moreover, 7 of them emerged in the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean around the US. At the same time, in Canada, the largest fires in the country's history destroyed millions of hectares of forests. The total area devastated by the fires is close to the size of the state of Florida. At the same time, apocalyptic fires in Greece and Spain were spreading very quickly due to strong winds. And on the island of Maui in Hawaii, almost the entire city was burned to the ground. Simultaneously with these events, catastrophic floods hit Florida, California, the entire northeast of the US, Spain, Greece, Bulgaria, Turkey, Hong Kong, and Primorye territory in Russia. During the same period, there was a deadly flood in Libya, which also destroyed an entire city and took away lives of more than 11,000 people. At the same time, a new powerful eruption of Ubinas volcano in Peru and Kilauea volcano in Hawaii began. Meanwhile, inhabitants of Morocco faced one of the most abnormal and destructive earthquakes in the history of their country, with thousands of people losing their homes, possessions, and lives all at once. Such a picture has never been observed in the past, and this is a fact. Such a disturbing synchronicity of the avalanche-like cataclysms, both atmospheric and geophysical ones, started to be observed only in recent times. We clearly know what distinguish climate catastrophes happening and increasing nowadays from those that occurred even 10 years ago. It is their simultaneous occurrences, abnormalities, numbers, and strength.
Thank you, John. I know this is a lot for us to encompass and talk about these cataclysms that are taking place everywhere, seems like nowadays, and it's happening significantly more and more and more, and it's abnormal. And maybe we didn't notice abnormalities before. Some of us are just now recognizing it right now. And this force is becoming greater in number.
Yeah, that is correct, Julia. And in addition, there is a certain pattern in the cataclysms that occur nowadays. Therefore, by means of an interdisciplinary scientific approach, it is possible to identify which territories will be affected by the most powerful disasters in the nearest time and which will not. But we will discuss this later. Now, let's go back to the distinctive characteristics of the cataclysms taking place today. The increase in the amount of damage will be one of the most clear indicators that points to the growing strength of natural disasters. And now, you see the graph showing how the number of natural disasters has been growing in the US from 1980 to 2023. It depicts not just any natural disasters, but namely those that cause damage of more than $1 billion to the country. It is an enormous destruction and losses for a country and society. As you can see, since the beginning of the 2000s, the numbers started growing and, in fact, quite drastically. This suggests that at that point, disasters start to become more powerful and begin to manifest themselves with even greater destructive energy. The overall trend on this graph indicates that there are now more and more natural disasters in the US, and there are no signs of improvement. The year 2023 confirms this because even as of this September, the number of billion-dollar disasters in the US was already at an all-time high. By August 2023, 23 of them had occurred. This means that almost every week, something really terrible happens in some state or region. a large-scale forest fire, a widespread flooding, a strong tornado, a prolonged drought, or a devastating hurricane. At the same time, the average damage from each of these events in 2023 has amounted to about $2.5 billion.
This is enormous destruction we're talking about. I'm trying to grasp my head around all of this and the great damage that we're seeing and the visuals that we're seeing here. And Tali, you know a lot about this, and I'm hoping that you can tell us from the scope of America's budget and the consequences of the climate disasters.
Well, yeah, many people would think that America has such tremendous budgets and that we can, deal with any sort of natural disasters. But in fact, the short answer to the question whether we have enough money is no, we don't have those money. Even right now, if we look in details what has been happening, the Federal Emergency Management Agency actually made a statement not so long time ago that we are out of budget money for this year as to coping with natural disasters. And you know what's interesting? That the hurricane season has not even begun, but the federal agency is out of money. It's unprecedented. That never had happened before. And one of the main reasons for that is that the scope of natural disasters and the time they were dealing with huge wildfires in Hawaii, in Maui at the very same time, that was the very beginning of the hurricane season. We know that President Joe Biden, at that time, he had to ask Congress for additional $12 billion of fundings to cope with natural disasters, which is also unprecedented. We always have enough resources to cope with those things, but not this year. And as you can see, tremendous amount of our money, our taxes, right? We pay a lot of taxes.
Yes.
Those should go to make our life better, to get infrastructure in place to help us deal with healthcare and so on. None of those money are going for those needs. None of those money are going to improve our lives. Most of our budget money are now being spent on these disasters. So the amount of money we're spending is tremendous, but it's not sufficient to cope with all the climate disasters. And over past 7 years alone, extreme weather cataclysms have caused our country a damage of more than $1 trillion. Just think about this number. And obvious trend shows that this amount is only going to increase. And cataclysms are not only eating our budget money right now, but they are also directly affecting citizens of America. So our houses, our cities, our streets, everything is being damaged. And in the year 2022 alone, guess how many Americans had to leave their houses due to natural disasters? 3.4 million people. That's a huge amount. And for most Americans, guys, most Americans have their houses, they have mortgages. If it's paid off or not paid off, it's like 2/3 of all the wealth you generate over your lifetime is your house. So having a flood that destroys your house and destroys everything in that house means you're losing everything as a person, as a citizen. Everything you made in your whole lifetime can be destroyed with one flood. And in addition to that, when it comes to businesses in the area, 40% of the businesses do not even reopen after a flood. 90% of the businesses in the area affected by the flood simply going bankrupt within 2 years, just because it destroys the whole economy of the region. So now you can see the graph on the screen, and it's pretty much showing you what is happening due to disasters. First of all, that light blue is showing you that the most damage done to our economy is coming from floods. This is the floods. And the dark blue is showing you the amount of money, how much it cost us to cope with those natural disasters. And you can see this trend is going upwards. And there is no sign of that trend of going to stop or going to decrease anytime soon.
So, Tali, I think that's why many insurance companies have excluded compensation for damages due to natural disasters for their insurance policies. We have a better understanding of that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. So not only is the climate, though, destroying our country, but it also has gotten into our pockets. So, John, is this going to keep happening? Are we going to keep spending money on catastrophes as Americans?
Yes,
citizens?
I believe so. And I'm more than sure that every American watching us right now has already suffered from natural disasters in one form or another, or knows relatives or friends or acquaintances who have experienced it. And I'm sure that many probably are wondering, what are my risks of losing my home, my business, or even worse, my loved ones and my life because of natural disasters? And when people ask themselves this question, what are so many short-sighted people doing? They're waiting. What are they waiting for? They're waiting for someone from the top to inform them about the risks and dangers. But tell me, were the residents of Lahaina, Hawaii informed about the risk and danger, where thousands of Americans suffered from the forest fire and the whole city was destroyed? Were the residents of Marrakesh and Morocco informed, where 3,000 people died from the earthquake? How about the residents of Libya, where over 11,000 people died from flooding and the rupture of 2 dams? Note that tens of thousands of people are still missing there.
This is sheer horror, all of this, just trying to encompass what's happening in real time in our world and happening at night. These things are happening at nighttime. Nobody was warned. The people weren't warned. So is this how it's going to be going in the future? Not being warned? It's just going to happen like this?
Yep, I believe so. And of course, in this situation and in the future, nobody warned them. And let's be honest, is it beneficial for someone from the top warn us about the risk and spend huge amount of money to evacuate us? Or is it more profitable for them to allocate money to purchase portable morgues and plastic body bags? Unfortunately, the truth of consumer society is harsh, no matter which country we live in. And the truth is that no one cares about people. Therefore, if we Americans want to take care of ourselves, our families, or even simply our businesses, we should not wait until someone else warns us about the risks. We should figure it out ourselves. For this very reason, we're holding this conference today for smart and thinking people who understand the situation and who are ready to figure out the risks on their own. Figuring out the risk means to see a holistic picture of all the threats, which we will describe to you in detail. Because today, the whole point is not just the growth in natural disasters, but in the big problem that is happening inside the planet. So I encourage all of you, as intelligent individuals, to really understand the reason behind what is happening, as well as what awaits us next. In order to ensure our safety, it is crucial for us to recognize not only the threat, but also its magnitude. Therefore, if you're ready, let's go deeper to figure out what risks of natural disasters actually pose, and most importantly, why they occur. At the end of our conference, you will learn the main thing, the information that will help to ensure the safety of you and your family.
So, John, you've totally shocked me, as usual, and I've got a whole bunch of questions. I'm sure viewing audience members also do, but I honestly admit I'm scared, and I'm sure other people watching this are scared of what they're seeing. And why have more natural disasters started occurring on Earth? They want to know this. What is the threat, and what should we be expecting next?
Yeah, that's a great question. And to answer this question of why the number of cataclysms is increasing, it's necessary to understand an important fact that all cataclysms primarily represent a release of energy in the system of our planet. Hurricanes, tornadoes, intense precipitation, all this is certainly a release of energy. Now, cataclysms increasing in number, and this means additional energy has appeared from somewhere in the Earth system that triggers their formation.
So what is actually happening to our planet?
Climatologists are looking for an answer to this question on the surface and in the Earth's atmosphere. But in order to really understand what is happening to our planet and what is a real danger threatens us, and it's now important for us to look not upwards, but down inside the Earth.
Anastasia, this is very interesting, but why do we need to look down?
Because now besides the increase in the temperatures, what we all constantly hear about, and in addition to the increase in floods and hurricane, there is also an increase in another very dangerous type of cataclysms, the growth of which we are told very little about. It is the increase in the number and magnitude of earthquakes.
So the growth of which clearly cannot be explained by the anthropogenic activity, right?
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. Exactly. Look at that graph. And it shows the number of earthquakes on Earth. They're actively growing. And in the last 20 years, you see tremendous growth. And this is a very alarming signal. And take a look at another graph. At this graph, you can see the number of the significant earthquakes with a magnitude 6 and above happening everywhere in the world and causing severe damage. You can build such a graph yourself right on the USGS website. You just need to go to the website and select the earthquakes of magnitude 6 or higher and the significance criteria of 1,000. Every earthquake, first of all, is the release of energy from our planet's interior, and the steady increase in the number of earthquakes, especially those of large magnitudes, suggests that the more of this energy has emerged inside of our planet. At the same time, thermodynamics requires that in order the more energy to appear in a system, the more energy have to enter it. And if we look at the current earthquakes in terms of the amount of energy they release, we also will see the clear increase there. Now you can see a graph showing the energy accumulated by earthquakes in each of the year. Each fret represents the total energy of earthquake in a given year. Each bead represents an earthquake with a magnitude of 6 or higher for the year. The higher the bead is located, the more energy the earthquake released. Please note that the earthquakes which occurred in 2023 exceeded those in all previous years by the amount of released energy, although the year is not over yet. And look at another graph. This graph illustrates total accumulated energy from all earthquakes since 1995. Here you can see the rate of increase in the energy released by the earthquakes across the world. And please note that in the beginning, the energy was growing slowly. And then the growth starts accelerating. And from the year 2020, the released energy began to surge at a great pace. The graph shot upwards. This means that the rate of energy release is rapidly increasing. Both of these graphs indicates that the amount of seismic energy in the world is growing tremendously. And the more energy earthquakes accumulate, the more destructive they become. In other words, we are entering an era when earthquakes will not just occur more frequently, but they will have unpredictably large magnitudes and destruction. And activation of those tectonic plates, the seismic activity of what was not observed previously, is already ongoing. And the example of this is the earthquake in Morocco, where no one expected anything like that. This suggests that earthquakes began to appear in unexpected places.
So, Anastasia, what is the threat to us Americans?
For America, that means that in the near future, we will face high magnitude earthquakes in unexpected places. Let's take a look at the seismicity map of the United States. We all know that California is one of the seismically dangerous regions in the US. And there is a powerful earthquake is expected in the area. And we already witnessing the increase in the earthquakes. And on the graph, you can see the seismic activity along the Pacific Ring of Fire is increasing 5-fold. But the only few people know about the New Madrid seismic zone. And In the US, it is also one of seismically dangerous regions. In the past, it was exactly this region that experienced 4 of the largest North American earthquakes in human history, with a magnitude of 7 and higher. Now, taking into account the increase in the seismic energy, the probability of an earthquake with a magnitude greater than 7 in this area is greatly increasing. This earthquake may be similar in power and destructiveness to those that occur in Turkey and Syria this year. And of course, another huge risk zone is the Yellowstone supervolcano. Over past 25 years, the number of earthquakes there have also increased dramatically, and the activity in all other indicators on the rise too. All this indicates that volcano is already primed for its eruption.
You know, I was shocked when I learned about this in the Yellowstone. At the Global Crisis, there's a Way Out forum. And if you haven't seen it yet, by the way, you need to go see that. You must watch it. It's a must watch from that video. So from that video, I realized that Yellowstone is like indeed unrested.
Absolutely. That's right. And we will see even more signs of this unrest. And of course, it's now become more and more dangerous because there is now more energy in the earth. And this results in massive disasters in the near future.
So where does this additional energy come from that's causing the much trouble?
That's a very good question. And in order to answer this, we need to recall the Earth's structure. Our Earth consists of several layers. The Earth's core. In the very center of our planet, there is a core. The core is slightly larger than the planet Mars. That's how huge and heavy it is. The core is divided to inner core and the outer core. The inner core of the Earth has a temperature close to that of the Sun, and the size of it is 2/3 of the size of the Moon. And it's also very dense and very heavy. The densest thing exists on our planet is the core, and there is nothing denser. This is a very important fact. Please keep it in mind. We will come back to that later.
Okay.
The outer core represents a molten liquid stream of iron rotates around the inner core, the Earth's mantle. And right above the core, there is a mantle. It's a layer of molten matter, magma. Magma surrounds the outer core. The part of the magma which is closer to the core is hotter and more liquid, while the magma closer to the surface is colder. Inside the mantle, there is a constant mixing. Hot magma flows are rising up and the cold flows are going down. The Earth's crust, there is the upper, thinnest layer of the Earth that we can see and where they live. It consists of hard rocks and it's called the lithosphere. The crust is divided into several large and small plates, and they are joined together like a puzzle pieces. We live on this thin crust, and all the life conditions what we have here and the changes what we observe on the surface are largely dictated by what is happening inside in the inner layers of our planet.
Sorry, guys, I'm not a scientist, but I really want to understand how it all works. May I give you a simple analogy or explain the structure of our planet for better understanding for all of us? Let me know if that makes sense.
Of course, that's very interesting to hear.
Yes, we can compare our planet to a hamburger. Just like a hamburger patty, the core is the most important and delicious part of the hamburger. It is hottest, the densest, and the heaviest. However, if a patty of such density would be served to you in a restaurant and you try to take a bite, you would break all your teeth and would never go back to that restaurant again.
Great analogy.
Okay, there is a ketchup on top of it. but it's also very hot, and it may be compared to the outer core.
Right, but if such a ketchup with a temperature above 9,000 Fahrenheit was served to you in a restaurant, that would burn everything around it.
Oh my God, it's great that we are so far from the core.
For now.
As for the Earth's mantle that surrounds the core and consists of molten material, it may be compared to melted cheese, which surrounds the central part of the hamburger. The Earth's crust may be compared to the upper part of the hamburger, which is a crispy crust, but only in our case, it's very thin. And everything that is happening on this thin crust basically depends on what is happening inside the cheese, ketchup, and the patty.
Yes, exactly. And don't forget that that hamburger, that is our planet, is flying in the solar system in the boundless space, while everything that is happening in the outer space also directly affects it. So, in order to understand what is happening to our planet Earth and where the additional energy is coming from, we will actually need to look at what is happening inside of our planet, around the core, and what affects it from the outer space.
Wow, that's really interesting.
To begin with, you need to understand that the earthquakes that we discussed earlier occurred only in the Earth's lithosphere, meaning in the thin crust of a hamburger, in your analogy. Due to the movement of the tectonic plates, pressure accumulates. And when the pressure becomes too high, the plates begin to crack and shift, causing an earthquake. During an earthquake, tremendous energy is released, and this energy is measured as a magnitude. As we have seen, the number of the earthquakes is now growing all over the planet, and therefore the energy is growing in the planet interior. But does this mean that the energy is currently abnormally increasing only in the lithosphere? The answer is no. Please take a look at the following graph. On the graph, you can see that also the increase in the number of earthquakes, but not the one what we talked about earlier, and not the ones you usually read about in the news. Even scientists were shocked when they first learned about this type of earthquakes, because these earthquakes appear not where we're accustomed to detecting them, not in the Earth's crust, but where there is nothing to break and crack, in the Earth's mantle. They are called deep focus earthquakes and take place at a depth of 180 to 500 miles in the mantle, or according to your analogy, in the melted cheese.
So what is shaking there in the melted cheese?
That's exactly the point. Nothing is supposed to shake there. Deep focus earthquakes are caused by the powerful explosions within magma. These explosions are equivalent to explosions of thousands of nuclear bombs at a great depth. To make it clear, here is how the explosion of one nuclear bomb looked like, and here it is the consequences. And now imagine 1,000 nuclear bombs, and that's the power of the explosion taking place in our planet interior. It's actually what causes deep focus earthquakes. Now, please note that before the year 1995, the number of such earthquakes was relatively stable and small, but after 1995, their number increased quite drastically, and it keeps growing. What does this indicate? This indicates that since 1995, some force inside the Earth began to trigger the occurrence of such earthquakes.
So you mean since 1995, more explosions are occurring inside of our planet?
Yes.
Why are these explosions happening inside our planet?
Because the magma closer to the core has become excessively heated, And when it collides with the magma closer to the surface, which is not as hot, such explosion occurs. For the quantity of hotter magma to increase, something must heat it up. And what can make the magma deep in the earth hotter? Only the planet's core. Or in your analogy, the hamburger patty with a ketchup around it. So, here is the answer to why the magma is heating up so much. It receives this energy from the core because the core itself have started to heat up more. And this is not only indicated by increase in a deep focus earthquakes. We can also deduce its heating from another factor, the activation of volcanic activity on Earth. You can see the graphs showing how volcanoes around the world have sharply increased in activity recent years. The Kilauea volcano in Hawaii this year erupted many times already. Each time we see erupting with lava fountains. These are getting stronger and stronger, which means that pressure inside the chamber is increasing. And the heating from within also is intensifying. Confirmation of this can be seen in the composition of erupted lava from various volcanoes.
Typically, when a volcano erupts, magma comes out from the reservoir under the volcano, known as the magma chamber, where it has remained since the last eruption. But now, something extremely abnormal is happening. Scientists are recording more and more eruptions of magma from the deep layers of the Earth. This magma has a different composition, and it is hotter and more fluid. It is happening due to the heating of the Earth's core, which causes the magma in the deep layers to heat up. Its temperature and pressure surge to such a degree that magma ascends from the depths, erupting directly onto the surface from the Earth's mantle. Can you imagine how much energy magma needs to overcome such a vast distance and rise to the surface with such intense pressure? This distance is approximately 1,500 miles. That means it has the strength and energy for such an ascent. This deep-seated magma is the trigger behind supervolcano eruptions. Its signs are already being documented in volcanoes across the globe. And this is just the beginning. Soon, volcanic eruptions throughout the Earth will become more destructive and catastrophic. As a result of increased magma activity on Earth, other anomalous volcanic processes are also being observed. For example, in 2019, the new underwater volcano, Mayotte, appeared off the coast of Madagascar, where one had never been seen before. Usually, the formation of new volcanoes takes decades or even centuries. Yet, it took just 1 year to create a new magma channel in the 50-mile thick crust. Imagine how much additional energy is needed to accomplish that.
So it turns out that a volcano could appear beneath our feet at any moment?
Yes. The heating of the core indeed provides tremendous amount of additional energy to the magma. This leads to its heating and ascent from great depth to the surface. The magma starts to erode our crust, which is why we see increased seismic activity and volcanism on the Earth and the risk of new volcanoes emerging. And there is another danger associated with the heating of the core. As you may recall, the Earth's core consists of an outer and inner layer. The outer core of the planet is a molten iron alloy. The movement of this molten iron around the inner core generates the Earth's magnetic field. We compared this molten iron to ketchup. Well, this ketchup is now overheating. Due to this heating, the movement is accelerating, resulting in significant increase in the movement of the North Magnetic Pole. Take a look at the chart. Since 1995, the North Magnetic Pole has been moving 3.5 times faster. Also, due to the heating of the outer core, the Earth's magnetic field has begun to weaken catastrophically, especially in the last 30 years. As a result, our protection against the cosmic radiation and solar radiation is rapidly diminishing. You have probably noticed that the sun has become much more aggressive towards our skin, even during the winter.
So this is why I got sunburned so quickly this summer, and even sunscreen lotions didn't help. You know, it's not just because of the sun, it's because the heating of the core.
You know, for me, this is a big discovery, how much the Earth's core evidently affects our lives. And I think it's time to get the long-awaited answers to the questions that concern all of us, including me, like why did the Earth's core start heating up so rapidly? Where did it get the energy for this heating? And why?
Well, so let me break it down step by step, okay? The core synchronizes and stabilizes all processes on Earth. It was stable for a long time. But since 1995, there have been fundamental changes in the core. We understand this because in 1995, the magnetic pole drift accelerated. Also, as you may recall, in that same year, there was a sharp increase in the number of defocused earthquakes, which are explosions in the mantle and a sharp rise in cataclysms. And let's draw attention to another crucial fact about our planet's core. It's not widely known, but it holds a great significance. In 1998, scientists recorded an unprecedented event, a jump of the Earth's core. They observed this by tracking the Earth's center of mass using satellites. As a result of this jump, the core shifted northward in the direction of Siberia.
So can we say that the meat patty moved inside the ketchup?
Yes, you can say that. And due to the shift in the core in this direction, Siberia and North Atlantic regions are precisely where we observe abnormal temperature increases, which are clearly visible on temperature maps and graphs. As a result, already in Siberia, the thin lithospheric crust is beginning to melt from magma. This process will lead to global catastrophe capable of destroying our planet.
I remember at the beginning you mentioned that the core is super heavy and dense. So how could such a massive object move?
Well, that's an excellent question. So our core must have received an additional energy impulse to make such a jump.
Okay, so how enormous must this energy be to make such a massive object like shift, though?
Right, so it must be a colossal amount of energy, right? And inside the Earth, there's simply no source of this energy. But we remember that the Earth is a planet flying through space, and everything that happens in space also affects it. Therefore, the answer to the question of where the additional energy to the Earth's core comes from is evident. It comes from this space. It's undoubtedly something external. External cosmic influence that provides additional energy to the core of our planet. And this is a well-established fact. We know this for sure because we can see how this influence is currently affecting other planets. And it affects them in exactly the same way as the Earth. In sync with the Earth, other planets have seen an increase in seismic activity, volcanic activity, and changes in their magnetic field parameters in recent decades. On the screen, you can see numerous studies on these changes on other planets. So, we now understand that what is happening to the Earth is due to the exposure to the planetary-wide cosmic influence, which is intensifying severe natural disasters on the planet. Moreover, the energy from this influence is so powerful that it even awakens geologically dead planets. Even on Mars, they've recorded an increase in seismic activity, even though it's believed to have an inactive core. Powerful Mars quake occurred in August 2021, and it was 5 times stronger than the previous recorded ones. Researchers found that the Mars quakes are caused by the rise of molten magma beneath the surface of the Mars. At the Martian South Pole, ice is melting from the bottom up due to the increased heat flow from the depths, indicating that Mars' core is also heating up. Very soon, even more powerful Marsquakes and volcanic eruptions will occur on Mars.
Wait, are the cataclysms also growing on Mars? But Elon Musk plans to relocate people there in the future and build cities.
Well, exactly. Cataclysms are also increasing on Mars. Besides that, Mars lacks oxygen, has very little water, and its atmosphere consists of carbon dioxide. Mars doesn't have a uniform magnetic field, which is vital for humans. Does it sound like an ideal condition for human colonization? In reality, Mars has already missed its chance for life. But we still have that chance, so stay with us until the end of the conference. And today, we'll propose a much better solution than Elon Musk.
If it's such a powerful energy that drives the core of these planets, then the question arises, if it's so colossal, why haven't we heard about it anywhere? Why don't our instruments detect it?
Well, because it doesn't interact with our instruments. Let's watch the video that explains the nature of the external influence.
Today, from the depths of space, our planet is experiencing a stream of high-energy external influence that modern science has not previously studied. This influence affects the core of our Earth, leading to unprecedented planetary cataclysms that are intensifying worldwide. Why aren't our instruments detecting this cosmic influence? That's because this energy possesses unique properties. It doesn't interact with our atmosphere, our Earth, or us, but only with the planet's core. As an analogy, let's think about X-ray radiation. It easily penetrates clothing and soft tissues of our bodies, such as muscles and organs, but it can't penetrate dense structures like bones. In X-ray images, we mainly see bones, which are the densest and not penetrable to that form of radiation. To understand how this cosmic influence works, imagine a stretched volleyball net with a granite sphere-shaped monument behind it. Let's say this monument represents the Earth's core. You have a handful of peanuts and you throw these peanuts at the volleyball net. Because the holes in the net are quite big, the peanuts will pass through the net without interacting with it. But they will collide with the granite monument. The radiation is like those peanuts, and all the matter on our Earth is like the volleyball net through which it passes. In the Earth's core, the densest substance is the solid sphere with which this influence collides. Since this influence affects only the core and does not directly interact with objects on Earth, we cannot detect it with our instruments. We can only track its effects through changes in our planet's parameters and the increasing frequency of cataclysmic events. Therefore, external cosmic influence directly affects only the Earth's core. It continuously provides additional energy to the Earth's core, leading to instability and core heating. This, in turn, heats the magma around the core, causing it to expand and rise towards the Earth's crust, heating the Earth's crust in the process, which increases the frequency and intensity of natural disasters around the world.
The influence of cosmic radiation on our planet can be compared to placing a hamburger in the microwave. Microwaves only affect the patty itself by receiving energy from the microwaves. The patty heats up on its own and heats the entire hamburger from the inside. But if we don't turn off microwave in time, it will be disaster for the hamburger.
Well, that's the same kind of disaster that's happening in our planet today.
Can we just turn off the microwave or somehow shield ourselves from the influence to prevent these catastrophes?
Right. It would be nice if we could. That is, find a way to shield ourselves from this influence. We'll discuss how to do that in a bit later in our conference. But we'll also talk about what to do if we can't do it. So, I urge the viewers to make sure to watch our conference to the end. We will share information that is critical to your life.
You know, I have a question here. I have a lot of questions. How long will this cosmic influence that's causing these horrifying consequences on Earth, is it going to be forever? I mean, is this going to accumulate? Is it going to be with other planets? The depths? What should we expect here?
Expect global catastrophic changes. To find out exactly what happens on Earth in the coming years, let's take a look at what happens in the past.
Today, we all notice a sharp increase in the cataclysms on our planet. But what if this is only the beginning? To understand what further catastrophes await us, let's delve into the history of our Earth. Modern scientists can reconstruct the Earth's history by studying ancient ice layers known as cores, examining rock formations, fossils, and various soil layers. All this material is like the planet's chronicle, valuable records of how the Earth's climate has changed over millennia. Thanks to these studies, scientists have realized that the changes occurring on our planet today, such as the increase in volcanic activity, the rise in the number and intensity of earthquakes, the sudden temperature spikes, the drift of the magnetic poles accompanied by the weakening of the magnetic field have occurred 12,000 years ago. Specifically, 12,000 years ago, the global temperature surged by a staggering 15 degrees Celsius over the course of several decades. A significant portion of glaciers melted, catastrophic floods and tsunamis started. Some areas on Earth became submerged entirely due to a rapid rise in sea levels. Continents experienced mega-earthquakes, supervolcano eruptions, and massive fires, as evidenced by layers of ash in rock formations. The composition of these layers suggests that 12,000 years ago, volcanoes were not merely erupting. Their magma contained rare elements found only in the deep layers of the Earth near the planet's core. This indicates that the magma originated from deep layers, much like what we observe today. The only plausible explanation for this would be the overheating of the Earth's core. The massive amount of energy required for such magma heating and its ascent from the depths could not have appeared out of nowhere. Core overheating can only occur due to receiving additional energy from the outside, from the external cosmic influence. Therefore, the cataclysms that occurred 12,000 years ago were also the result of external cosmic influence. Another consequence of core overheating, both today and 12,000 years ago, was the weakening of the magnetic field and the drifting of the magnetic poles. All of these abnormal changes in cataclysms 12,000 years ago led to the mass extinction of megafauna and a sharp reduction in the human population, including the disappearance of the Cro-Magnons. Remarkably, a similar surge of catastrophes was observed not only 12,000 years ago, but also 24,000 years ago, and even earlier at 36, 48, 60, and 72,000 years ago. Thus, we can see that the intensification of catastrophes on Earth occurs cyclically every 12,000 years. This implies that the cosmic influence that provides additional energy to our planet's core affects Earth once every 12,000 years. Each cycle of global catastrophes leads to the extinction of biological species. 72,000 years ago, after the eruption of the Toba volcano, humanity nearly went extinct, with only around 10,000 people remaining on Earth. It's worth noting that even more severe cataclysms characterize each 24,000-year cycle. The bad news is that today, we are not just living during the time of external cosmic influence, we are living during the 24,000-year cycle, which is even more destructive. We will enter this cycle in the year 2024. This means that the energy affecting the planet's core and the intensity of destructive cataclysms will increase significantly. This cyclical cosmic influence can be likened to a flashlight in the fog, in the darkness. There is a concentrated beam of light, and there is scattered illumination around it. Only the scattered portion of this cosmic light is now reaching Earth. The concentrated beam hasn't even touched us yet. And we are already witnessing a rapid increase in the number and intensity of cataclysms. It's only going to get worse from here. Based on all the facts and gathered data, it can be said confidently that we are entering an era of immense catastrophes of unprecedented power and scale.
And each time during the times of this influence, humanity faces catastrophes of unprecedented strength and scale. But what does that mean for us? How quickly will all of this unfold and our future generations? There's a lot at stake here. And will they be destined to experience this, or will it happen during our time?
Well, the dynamics of increasing catastrophes that we're witnessing on Earth today indicate that this is not a problem for our future generation. It's a problem for our generation, and it's already happening. In the coming years, the situation will become catastrophic for us.
So we're going to experience these horrors like for how long? I mean, is this what occurred in the previous cycle? Is it going to be that bad, John?
Well, unfortunately, it will be much worse and more horrifying than in the past because we're in a much worse position than the people who lived back then.
Wow. But why is that, though?
Because a vital mechanism on our planet has broken down. You see, in a previous cycle, humanity survived as a species thanks to the fact that a specific natural mechanism on Earth helped dissipate additional energy from cosmic influence back into space. In simpler terms, this mechanism worked like a cooling system, releasing some of the heat from the Earth's depths into the atmosphere, preventing an excessive accumulation of heat within the Earth. While this did not save the Earth from the supervolcanic eruptions, it did maintain some conditions for the survival of the human species. Unfortunately, this natural mechanism is now broken and no longer functions. This mechanism is the ocean, and we, humans, have killed it. We have killed the ocean, which means we have killed our chance for survival. Let's watch the video about ocean.
The ocean is dead. We have killed it. You might have a question. How did we, humans, kill the ocean? After all, the ocean has been such a force for billions of years on our planet. The answer is quite simple. Do you know what sets our humanity apart from all other species that have ever existed on Earth over billions of years? We started doing something no one had ever thought of before. Producing synthetic hydrocarbons, more commonly known to you as plastic. Before us, there was no plastic in the ocean. And starting from the 1950s, all the plastic produced on the planet, sooner or later, ended up in the ocean. And now, by various estimates, there are between 75 to 200 million tons of plastic in the ocean. If you were to add up the surface area of all the plastic trash islands in the ocean, it would be equivalent to the size of the United States and Australia combined. Moreover, the volume of plastic that is visible on the ocean's surface is only a tiny fraction, no more than 1% of all the plastic, as the majority of it is dispersed deep within. By the way, it is for this very reason, for the first time in history, that coral reefs have started to die. These massive living organisms in the ocean that existed for billions of years without trouble. All of this is because the ocean now contains plastic. Why is plastic so dangerous for the ocean? Since plastic does not biodegrade and decompose in the environment, a significant portion of it simply breaks down into smaller particles known as micro and nanoplastics. These particles permeate the entire depth of the ocean. Practically every drop of the ocean contains nanoplastic particles. Due to its specific composition, microplastics have a unique property. They disrupt the ocean's heat conductivity. Due to the presence of microplastics, today, the ocean cannot dissipate excess heat from the magma, which is overheating due to the additional energy being directed towards the planet's core from cosmic influence occurring in a cycle of every 12,000 years. In previous cycles, thanks to its cool temperature, the ocean used to absorb excess heat from within the Earth, release it to the surface, and subsequently into the atmosphere and outer space. But now, instead of effectively dissipating heat from the Earth's depths, the ocean retains the heat within itself. Imagine, the ocean has become like a thick blanket, holding heat underneath and not letting it escape. It doesn't allow excess heat to leave, causing Earth to heat up even more, including the ocean itself. This leads to more water evaporating into the atmosphere, and microplastics transition from water to air, accumulating there. Here's the crucial point. This microplastic in the atmosphere prevents excess heat from leaving the planet. In the end, the excess energy that comes from the cosmic influence stays on Earth, leading to intensified catastrophes. You can imagine this process as if we placed a hamburger in a plastic bag and started heating it. The plastic bag doesn't allow the heat to dissipate, so in this case, the hamburger heats up much more, which means the patty, ketchup, and cheese overheat even more. That's exactly what's happening to our planet, its core and magma. They are heating up even more because the heat isn't dissipating. And this is happening for the first time in history. This is very clearly seen on the graphs. This graph is crucial. Horizontally, it represents years, and vertically, it shows heating. The red line represents heating from the bottom of the ocean, while the blue line represents heating from the top. Before 1995, the surface water was warming more than the deeper layers, and the blue line on the graph was above the red. But then, everything changed. The water began to heat up more from below, as evident in the graph where the red line swapped places with the blue one. The reason for this shift is the rise of magma to the oceanic plates, which started heating the water column, similar to how a heated floor warms the air in a room. Because of this, the ocean began rapidly accumulating heat in its depths. The next graph shows that over the past 30 years, the rate of ocean warming has increased by 450%. The additional heat generated as a result of this accelerated warming is equivalent to the energy that would be released if 10 nuclear bombs were detonated in the ocean every minute. Just imagine the immense amount of energy involved. Before you is a graph showing the rapid increase in the temperature of the North Atlantic Ocean. A particularly sharp spike in 2023 indicates that the amount of thermal energy escaping from the depths has increased significantly. On this graph, the horizontal axis represents months and the vertical axis represents temperatures. The graph contains multiple lines, each representing the ocean temperature for a specific year. The yellow line represents the temperature for 2016. the red line for 2023, and the black line represents the average temperature over the entire observation period. The red line for 2023 is significantly higher than all the other lines. This indicates that the ocean temperature in 2023 is much higher than all previous years, which is unprecedented. Look at the temperature graph for the Gulf of Mexico, which significantly impacts the climate in the United States. In August 2023, the temperature simply shot up compared to previous years. What consequences does ocean warming bring to us? It's important to understand that the ocean is the kitchen of weather, and an overheated ocean triggers the growth of natural disasters. This is why we will see even more catastrophes both in the United States and around the world. Oceans on different sides surround the United States. Imagine that there are colossal boiling pots of water near us. The water evaporates, and then, when it accumulates in the atmosphere, it leads to intense precipitation. These precipitations then fall as extreme downpours in a matter of minutes, leading to sudden floods and landslides. Ocean warming fuels hurricanes and storms, provokes heat waves, and leads to the growth of tornadoes and hailstorms. In this way, we see that due to ocean heating caused by the rise of magma, more and more cataclysms are occurring. Microplastics exacerbate this heating process. The accumulated energy is being unleashed across the planet in the form of increasingly powerful catastrophes in the USA and worldwide. Will we manage to take measures to save the ocean before it, in its demise, takes us with it?
It is important to understand that the ocean is the kitchen of weather, and an overheated ocean triggers the growth of the natural disasters. That's why there will be even more catastrophes in the United States and around the world because of this.
So how much does this increase the threat to the United States? After all, our country is surrounded by oceans on both sides.
Yes, indeed. Our country is surrounded by the ocean. And of course, as has been mentioned before, the warming up of the ocean is a perfect fuel for the hurricanes. So this energy that is accumulating, it makes the water evaporate, and then the hurricanes becoming longer. They have more energy, they cover greater distances, and they can even go to the inland cities. So not only the coastal areas, but the inland is being also under attack from these hurricane storms. And what we have been seeing today, that these regions, the area of the regions impacted will go deeper and deeper inland. And, you know, one of the most scariest probably thing about this is how fast this hurricane can intensify and go from category 1 to category 4 in less than 24 hours, just like Hurricane Idalia did. It was a perfect example. It exactly grew from category 1 to category 4 in less than 24 hours. And as the result, you can see it on the screens right now. Florida was hit by devastating waves up to 9 feet high. It's resembling a tsunami, to be honest. And residential homes were simply destroyed. It's ruins right now. So let's see what is happening on the continent during such events. When heating of the Earth, the interior of our planet is heating up due to the rise of magma. And then what we're witnessing on the surface, it's deadly heat in the summer of 2023 in the US. Over 6,500 heat records were broken in just a few months. In Arizona, temperatures of asphalt, sidewalks, and concrete reach 180 Fahrenheit. So residents suffered from burns just from touching the ground. And of course, according to the NOAA monitoring data, another factor plays role. It's tornadoes. So tornadoes intensified, and the tornado alley, the region what used to be affected by tornadoes, it's expanding. And those tornadoes occurring in the parts of the US which were never hit by tornadoes before. So this is something really, really abnormal. And these tornadoes soon might affect areas in which you would never expect them to see. I know we had them in Los Angeles, but I know, Julia, you had a story, right?
Well, yes, we did. I mean, the fact that a tornado hit in the Central Valley where I live, it was completely unexpected. We didn't get any warning. Nothing came on our phone until it was actually happening. And the shock were the winds that just picked up automatically. It just was so surprising that we were not prepared. There was water coming underneath the doors. We have 3 levels in our house, and it was coming through all 3 doors. And I didn't get any warning from my local city officials. I didn't get any warning from any government officials. It was a shock to me. And I went out there and recorded it because I was so shocked. There was nothing in the weather, nothing that told us that this was about to happen.
Yeah, you know, on social media, they were making jokes about it. Well, so far, they can still make jokes. They used to say that, you know, you get tornadoes in Texas, but in California, you get earthquakes, so it evens out. Well, right now, that doesn't even out. You get both everywhere. And when it comes to California, well, we had tornadoes right in Los Angeles, but that's not even the worst thing that can affect us, right? Because hailstorms are also increasing, and those becoming abnormally large, like literally large on scale, and they causing more and more damage. And please pay attention to the graph you can see on screen right now. This is the increase in precipitation in the US. Additionally to that, the convective storms have been intensifying and affecting more larger areas in the United States. And those bring abnormal thunderstorms and lightning. And this phenomena has been not only dangerous by itself, but it's also a sign of a much greater things that are happening on our planet. And we discussed it earlier, why this is happening. This indicates that also deep focused earthquakes happening within our planet, releasing this more and more energy on the interior. So our magnetic field is changing due to these changes and creating more troubles in our atmosphere. And there is another threat coming from there. Those are abnormal threats that are happening in our sky. And due to the ocean warming, we get in this difference in the atmospherical temperatures. And those causing unstable pressure, which for us regular people means more danger when we're traveling in the airplanes. This caused already increased turbulence. We've seen those reports on the news multiple times this year, and people who spend a lot of time traveling in the airplanes already noticed it. Like, you don't even have to read the reports, just communicate to your friends who took some flights this year, and they will share their experience. I had this kind of experience myself, and I want to tell you nothing fun about this. Like, this was serious danger for us, which made us reconsider if we want to travel in the airplanes at all. And this will only gonna keep on increasing, as we discussed earlier. And we want to pay your attention to the fact that this data is being underestimated and falsified already today. In the coming years, they will try to do this even more, to adjust the graphs and underreport the real scale of events. Very soon, these manipulations are going to intensify even more. And all this done for simply one reason, to avoid panic among the population. And desperation is one factor that is going to lead our government to keep on falsifying the data, to hide the true facts from the population, from Americans. On TV, they're gonna say that everything is fine, no need to worry about anything, it's fine. And the statistic is gonna prove that everything is fine, while in front of your eyes, everything is gonna collapse, like it is collapsing today. Therefore, our dear Americans, we recommend to you that within upcoming years, you will pay more attention and trust in your eyes rather than trust your ears and what you hear in the media in the upcoming future.
Let's summarize. So, in recent years, we've witnessed an unprecedented increase in record-breaking catastrophes in the United States and around the world. The rising climate disasters demonstrates an increase in energy accumulating in the Earth's depths and releasing to the surface. The cause of all these climate anomalies on our planet is the destabilization of the Earth's core and the rise of hot magma triggered by external cosmic impact. Such change occurs cyclically every 12,000 years and have massive destruction consequences. If we take another look at the graph of seismic activity, temperature, and all other natural disasters, we will see that their growth is not linear, but exponential, as shown on the screen. What is exponential growth? It is when not only the value increases over time, but the rate of the growth also accelerates. Let's illustrate exponential growth with a tax example. Suppose that today, the tax on your income is only 1%. And exponential growth assumes a condition that this percentage will triple once a year. It may seem like acceptable conditions. First year, the tax is just 1%, hardly noticeable. And second year, the 1% tax is multiplied by 3, so it's 3%. Third year, 3% times 3 times 3, so 9%. Taxes have increased, but are still manageable. The fourth year, 9% times 3, 27%. Fifth year, 27% times 3, 81%. Conditions are really bad, but you still keep some money. However, in the sixth year, taxes surge to 243%. The sixth year, 81% times 3, 243%. So by sixth year, you're not just handing over your entire salary to the government, you're also paying an additional 143% from your savings.
It's an excellent scheme for our government. Just don't tell them about it because who knows what to expect from them.
Well, this is what exactly the exponential growth looks like. At first, everything goes well, conditions gradually worsen, we have time to get used to them. But then, literally in 2 years, everything collapses. From an acceptable situation, it turns into an unbearable one. And this is precisely the situation we find ourselves today concerning cataclysms. We're one step away from the situation turning unbearable. And now, you will see this yourself. Take the chart showing the growth of cataclysms and extend them according to the exponential function and see what values we will get. Try to mentally extend these several graphs in front of you right now. Dear Americans, we're voicing this truth because our conference is exclusive for the Americans who think and love their country. We deserve to be informed, to know the risks and threats, in order to protect ourselves and respond quickly to save our lives and the lives of our loved ones. We understand that only intelligent people will truly value this information. So this conference is for the elite of America, the brightest of minds of America, hardworking Americans on whom America had depended on and continues to depend on to this day. It is for those who can think and comprehend and analyze. Now, let's return to the graphs. Those bright individuals among you who have genuinely focused have been able to calculate and extend the graphs. Here's what they have obtained. Did it match your calculations? Of course it did, because it's a pattern. It's mathematics. There's no other way it could be. But what does this mean for us? For us, as humanity, this isn't just a graph of increasing climate events. It's a verdict. As you see, with such a growth in natural disasters, living will become impossible. In just 5 years, our lives could turn into a nightmare. Only 5 years. Instead of living a beautiful and prosperous America, we might be living in a sheer hell if we can't even survive such catastrophes. Look at the exponential extensions of the graph of earthquakes with a magnitude greater than 3. See how the number of earthquakes has increased. The increase in their number suggests that their magnitude will also increase. This means that the number of strong earthquakes with magnitude higher than 6 also grows. In just 5 years, Earthquakes like the ones we saw in Turkey this year will happen practically every day in different parts of the planet. How many cities do you think will survive? The more earthquakes occur, the more energy is released, and the tectonic plates we live on become more unstable. Consequently, earthquakes will occur more frequently and their intensity will only grow. In that case, we will realize that by that time, the conditions on Earth will be entirely incompatible with human life. Americans, you are intelligent people. Draw your conclusions. As you take in all this information, we know the question arising in your mind. I'll anticipate it by saying that you'll get the answer at the end of our conference. Wait for it, and you'll understand that it was worth it. Now, I would like to ask those present here, what do you know about the extent of destruction that hurricanes can cause?
If it's Category 5, those are the most dangerous ones. And such hurricanes can possess a vital threat to humanity and to people who are living in those cities, because those gonna get flooded and basically the infrastructure is gonna get damaged. And those Category 5 are the most dangerous for the human life.
The damage caused by hurricanes, as you described it, is happening right now, but in a few years, the damage from hurricanes will be entirely different. That's because, considering the accumulated energy in the ocean and the atmosphere, the energy of hurricanes will also grow exponentially. What we will face are tornado-like hurricanes. After such a hurricane passes, it's an understatement to say that cities will be destroyed. It will be a flat landscape. Nothing will be subject to recovery because there will be nothing left. Tornado-like twisters can rapidly turn a large city, such as New York, into a smooth field, similar to a baseball field without a single blade of a grass. And damage from super tornado-like hurricanes could amount to absolute $0. That's because a super tornado-like hurricanes can turn all America into a golf course. And no one will be left to pay for the recovery, as there won't be America or any other continent. It may seem impossible now, but we will soon witness this reality. In the history of our planet, such super tornado-like hurricanes occur every 24,000-year cycles, just like what we have now. Only this time, there will be much more energy. To understand how this happens, imagine a tornado-like hurricane is born somewhere in the ocean from immense energy. Its speed averages 300 miles per hour, which is twice as fast as Category 5 hurricane. As it reaches a continent, such a hurricane first tears apart our skyscrapers, shattering them into small pieces and colliding these pieces with other buildings, lifting cars and metal structures into the air. This iron-filled flow grinds and simply obliterates everything in its path into dust, like a sandblasting machine. The collision of these fragments from the destroyed buildings generates an enormous amount of energy, because any material, when it breaks apart, releases energy. And here, a vast amount of material will be subject to destruction and collision. This will contribute to the generation of billions and billions of megawatts of electrical energy. It will go into the atmosphere and into the ground, transitioning one type to another, thereby adding even more energy to our planetary system. What do you think will happen next? Hurricanes are supposed to dissipate the energy of cold and hot winds. But tornado-like hurricanes can generate more energy than was spent under formation. Therefore, it will self-sustain with the energy it generates from the destruction of everything we have built and what nature has created. All of this will increase its power and force. By self-sustaining, it will travel much further into the continent than hurricanes do today. Plus, the energy will transfer it to the atmosphere and the earth, serving it as a seed for the next tornado-like hurricanes and other climate catastrophes. In the past, similar hurricanes ground entire continents to dust, erasing even mountains in their path. This reality awaits us in the coming years due to our position within the cycle of external cosmic influence, heating our core and triggering the growth of cataclysmic avalanches of destruction. We can clearly see that by the time this impact subsides, nothing will be left alive on Earth, including the planet itself. All that will remain of our blue planet is a lifeless semblance of Mars.
So, John, you're telling us really scary things here. And as a journalist, I'm trying to be unbiased, but I'm fearful. I'm sure others who are viewing this are fearful of what you're talking about. If we were going to be real about the situation here, based on your story, should we just sit and wait to die? We must do something. I mean, as humanity, we must oppose this somehow. Where's the science? These are physical processes we're talking about here. We must resist them in reality, not just in words.
Yes, you are absolutely right.
Okay.
The probability that we can do something does exist, of course, but it exists purely hypothetically, not practically. Today at the conference, we will discuss existing options for the survival of humanity. The most important information awaits you at the end. However, many different factors complicate the conditions for saving our planet. The foremost among them is the degradation of science. Solving any problem requires understanding and addressing the root cause of the problem. For natural disasters, this is an external cosmic influence. But today, science is busy tackling another issue. In climate science, there is a dogma that climate change is driven by CO2 from humans, and any other viewpoints are censored, meaning that it is simply wrong or anti-science. Even questioning it is a taboo. And in fact, anyone challenging this dogma faces consequences. It's like a modern witch hunt. For example, I shared last November about how my freedom of speech was threatened at work. Multiple Creative Society channels were censored on social media. Many prominent scientists whom we know were bullied, and it cost them their reputation, career, and even life. Science should be driven by observation and reasoning. But today, science has become like a religion, which is based on dogma, intolerance, and authority. Such rigidity will not allow science to pivot, advance, and solve climate problems. Moreover, science lacks unified effort and mission. Understanding and solving climate problem is a complex task. It requires close collaboration among scientists from various disciplines. But today, science is divided. Just like this picture, most scientists study only her own narrow field, and thus almost nobody has a holistic understanding, especially in climate science. Moreover, the goal of scientists today is not about solving problems together and serving humanity. It is about individual survival and achievements, for example, securing grants, earning titles, and gaining wealth. Such is the design of our consumer society. As a result, science lacks comprehensive understanding of the problem and unity to work together and find solutions for climate. In summary, science fails to address the root cause of the climate crisis. And yet, it is unwilling to pivot, and the scientific community appears to have other priorities. Science will not deliver a solution for natural disasters. But what we can count on is that science to be used primarily for maximizing profit and power rather than serving people. Just note how much funds are directed towards electronic gadgets or weapons compared to disaster warning or rescue technologies. And let's be honest, in today's world, who would invest money to develop technology to save your life when one can make billions or gain dominance with that same money? Take Hawaii, for example. Billions were spent for the military base with state-of-the-art weapons and equipment, yet pennies for rescuing services and technologies. And we saw the consequences a few months ago. The eyewitnesses story that you will hear next will highlight that not only science, but the entire system today, including government, federal agencies, and emergency responders, also fails to address climate problems. In Hawaii, thousands were left helpless. Those who were supposed to help had other priorities. And it becomes clear how our society operates and what it truly values. Let us now watch the video.
Hurry the fuck.
Beat the horn, Dad. Beat the horn.
What the fuck, dude?
Beat the horn. Beat the horn.
Yo, what the fuck?
No, no.
guys, we gotta walk.
Hell no, we're gonna die.
We gotta walk somewhere over there by the beach.
We're gonna fucking die.
Oh fuck! MJ, wrong turn! Wrong turn! Oh shit! Oh shit! No, not like this! Not like this! Not like this! No! God, the car! God!
People are finding whole families in cars that are just charcoaled and fried. They find the car and they find mom and dad in the front seat and the 3 kids in the back. School was out that day that the fire raged through Lahaina. So parents were at work and all the kids were at home. So there's massive amounts of children who perished.
It's hard. It's hard to, especially when you have kids, you know. There's so much trauma from that day. Like I just remember being in the car and it's like, are we gonna make it out? You know, is this the last time I'm gonna see my kids and their faces? And just that feeling like you're in complete adrenaline, because it's like, do we go in the water? But we're water people, and I look at the water and I'm like, with the smoke, with the current, with all of that, like, I don't know if we'll make it, you know. And just like that fear that I go to sleep with every night, you know. It's like, but
I don't even know how to explain it. Like it's like a war zone, and you're just like you don't even know how to feel. We lost everything.
Oh my gosh, look at the harbor.
The cars with full gas tanks that reached the fire, they were exploded.
We keep hearing explosions. We were hearing screams out of a horror movie. You know, I called the cops again. They couldn't come. The 3rd time I called them, they said, you have to go in the water. And I said, you want us to jump in the hurricane? It's black, you know. The ocean was pulling us at the same time. We were trying to have debris falling on us. We're trying to get wet and not burn. I didn't think, I just prayed and I said, God, please not today. I didn't know what to say. This is it.
Both sides, to the left and the right, are on fire. White smoke starting to come, which means the fire's starting to die out. Fucking scary.
I think everyone made it, but there were a lot of people in that water who did not.
I lost my uncle, but it's just, and yeah. I don't have enough fingers and toes to tell you how many people I lost.
This ocean almost shot my kids away a few times, but yeah, we stuck together. We held on. We're not gonna die this way. No.
I was in the fire, and I saw with my own eyes people in the beginning of the fire, in plain daylight, with bodies just like ours, sitting there, burnt to death or perhaps suffocated from smoke. And by the end of the night, those people were charred black matter. Just 3 or 4 days after the fire, they had a bulldozer go through Lahaina Town Front Street and bulldoze all the cars off the street. And then they had a street sweeper come and sweep the streets. There's no way that they're going to figure out how many people actually died.
We're almost to the end of the mill. We're almost to the smokestack.
Oh, we made it. We're going to line on the road now pretty soon. But we're gonna, somebody's down right now. Somebody's down right now.
Yeah, somebody's down. Just go, Dad. We cannot do nothing for her. Oh my God.
Oh my God, bro.
Just go, Dad. Just go.
Apparently over 1,000 body bags in massive containers and refrigerated trucks on the other side of the island right now. The government's trying to blame them. They didn't sound a siren. There was no helicopters that came, no warning, no military came. The whole community is mourning the deaths of over 1,500 people. They killed innocent men, women, and children by not helping, by not sounding alarms. People were asleep in their homes with their babies and their children.
Do you regret not sounding the sirens?
I do not.
I do not know why I didn't have any warnings. The authorities claim that the siren is only for tsunamis. But there's so many families that died because they were sleeping. They didn't know. No text messages, nothing, absolutely nothing.
And I had no idea what was going on because we had
no cell service, no TV, no internet. All we could see was sort of the smoke and the horizon.
There were no alarms. Absolutely nothing. No police ever drove through the neighborhoods warning anybody. There was no sirens ever. And it didn't even happen the day after, or the day after, or the day after. We were stuck. There was not even 911. For 5 days, the messages we were hearing is there is no 911. There's no emergency services in Lahaina.
Left us with nothing. We didn't have service from in the morning to the afternoon. To the fire, we had no service. Even after the fire, we didn't have service. We didn't have anything. So you send out notifications. What is your notification saying? We're not getting it. You have police officers driving around, but why aren't they just radioing, evacuating, sound the alarms,
One text message came through, and it said that Lahaina was gone.
We lost our town. The land, the Aina that raised us is now ash. We're still looking for our friends and family.
Holy shit, this is a nightmare. I don't know where he's going, probably to block our street. They're gonna fucking barbecue all these people down in Lahaina. We're all trapped down in here. They're blocking off all exits, and everyone is just stuck, going in a circle in a fire pit.
But unfortunately also, as people are trying to escape, then they're being turned around and blocked by police officers who were more concerned about down power lines that hadn't had electricity running through them for hours than to let people go through. And so they were turned literally back into the fire. And one story in particular that I've highlighted, a 19-year-old named Noah Tompkinson, and he was with his younger brother and his mother, and some of the videos that he was able to record were some of the most heartbreaking videos I've ever seen in my life. And in one of them had nothing to do with the fire itself. It was they're trying to escape their neighborhood. And you see and you hear the stress as the fire's coming in, and then the joy when they see firefighters show up. They think everything's going to be okay. They get out, and instead of dark smoke, they're seeing blue skies over their head. And at that moment where you hear the relief in their voice, then they get turned around and they end up going back towards Front Street and towards the fire. And so they ended up surviving 5 or 6 hours in the Pacific Ocean. That's how they survived the fire. And some of those videos that Noah had inside the water, when the smoke's coming in, the wind's blowing in, and you see people, just surviving that inferno in the water. So many people I've talked to who were able to save their own lives is that they trusted their gut, they trusted their instinct, they ignored orders, they drove around barricades, and that's how they saved their own lives.
Still get dead bodies in the water floating and on the seawall. They've been sitting there since last night. We've been pulling people out since last night, trying to save people's lives. And I feel like we're not getting the help we need.
The government's required to do two things, okay? Take your hard-earned money, taxes, and provide safety and security. They failed on both of these. They're giving our tax money away to the wrong people, and they're not providing safety and security. And I can say that because I worked for the government. Granted, I'm like down here, like the bottom, okay, compared to like up there. But still, come on. How come every time there's a disaster somewhere in America, the emergency management coordinator resigns? You know why? Because he didn't do his fucking job. Did not plan, did not prepare. Every time. Show me one disaster we've had where somebody was like, that emergency management coordinator went above and beyond. Usually they're the ones, running around trying to hand out water bottles to people saying, oh, I don't know what else to do. I'm not prepared for this. This is your job. This is your responsibility. No, it's not. It's yours. Plan the logistics. Mitigate. Prepare.
Unfortunately, you are just a number to them. You really are.
We're not okay. There's over 1,300 people without a roof over their head right now, me included. I'm lucky enough to have friends, but all of us are fucked. They're putting us in 30-day, hotel stays in order to find everybody houses, but in a place where it's hard enough to find housing and hard enough to find jobs as it is, now that there is more people looking for jobs and there is less houses available on the island, everybody's fucked. I have never seen so many people come together and give up their own beds for people that just lost their house but that's the problem. It's that nobody else is doing anything. Nobody is helping. It's all Kanaka, like people that live are the only ones that are helping at all. And that doesn't go to say that all of the people on mainland are doing anything wrong. It's not your fault, but the government helping it all. And nobody seems to have any idea what's going on over here. This is the biggest natural disaster. It's caused the most deaths in U.S. history. Our alarm system on this island is the biggest. It's the strongest in the entire nation. I think it might be the strongest in the whole world, but not a single fucking siren off. Why is this not bigger news? Like, our government fucked us, didn't give us any warning. We had to flee our houses. We lost fucking everything, and nobody knows. 1,300 people are displaced right now, and hundreds are fucking dead.
I couldn't understand is that why did we have to bring supplies with the boats? Why did we have to transport supplies from Ma'alaya to Kahana by boat when everything was on trucks waiting at the roadblock to get in? When we delivered the next day, that night, I get a call from my friend Kamaivi Al Khan. He tells me he's got 9 pallets of food to go to the Kahana. So we took over 9 pallets of food, water, supplies. Where was the county? Where was the state? Where was the Red Cross? There was no aid for the people there. First day, second day, third day, nobody shows up. 4 days, man, no food, no water, no supplies, no help.
What we expected to come in and happen 2 to 3 days after the disaster is now happening 10 to 11 days after, and it really seems like it's mainly here just to protect the president. Seems definitely a little unorganized, a little late on the government level, what's going on, as well as it's quite obvious that tens of millions of dollars have already been spent just in the efforts to keep our president safe and get him out here.
Today, I haven't had any money come in. I haven't had anybody call me back. I didn't have anything. I have no idea. I lost my house. I lost my car. I lost my animals. I mean, come on, man. We're not getting anything. So today, I still didn't get my meds. I cannot get my meds yet. My medicine was all burnt in my house. My rent money was all burnt in my house. I have no money anymore. I think Joe Biden should take his $700 and get back on the fucking plane and go home. That's what I think. The $700 compared to all the millions he's giving to Ukraine. Why? We need it. That's why we don't understand why. We're citizens and we cannot get money. But if they're not citizens, they get gazillions of dollars from the USA.
When you have the Pentagon saying, you know, we accidentally spent an extra $6 or $7 billion to Ukraine, and whoops, that's our mistake. And then you could literally, from what I've seen, estimates that you could rebuild the entire system there and entire village of Lahaina town for less money than what was accidentally spent as an accounting error by the Pentagon to Ukraine. What does that show you? Where is our value? What do we value?
They're not fucking helping the people over here. There was not one conversation in this meeting about the people.
And when it comes to natural disasters like this, every single hour, our needs are changing. We don't know what we need every day. We're getting new supplies and things change. So it's just this constant evolving event that is changing needs and evolving every day. And then we're doing everything as the community and doing so well. And then a week later, the government finally comes in and they say, hey, we got it. We're going to take over and have control now. And it's so late that it's disrespectful. And now we're getting shut down by the government. We're having our hubs that we have free food coming in and free supplies from all the other islands because they know we don't have work. All of our businesses are gone. And the government's coming in, shutting these down. And they're giving us $700 per family.
And all the systems failed or were at least not utilized properly. For example, the police are not, the people on the ground are not to blame, because those men and women that are trying to help people, save people, they're doing the best they can, blocking off roads, stopping people from being electrocuted, etc., etc. It is the people who are above them that are not knowing where one hand is compared to the other hand, which in itself is negligence.
It was an absolutely utter failure for our systems that are tested monthly. We understand the firemen were completely overwhelmed. We have so much respect for all the firemen and all the first responders.
It's something different for us here because we usually win. Whenever you go, there's other fires, we usually win. We usually put together and win. And this is one that we didn't win.
We got out and like a lot of people didn't, you know, like friends, parents, and
I feel like we're not getting the help we need, you know? Oh my God.
A lot of people are in hotels right now. I mean, we have a lot of people that moved off island. A lot of people that are staying at friends' houses. We've had people staying at my house for a month. My brothers, everyone we know. But a good majority of the people are set up in hotels, right? And we feel like this is a very scary thing that the government's doing right now, because on the outside, it's making it look as though everything's going back to normal. It's making it look, there's not people sleeping on the roads anymore. There's not people sleeping in their cars everywhere like there was the first few weeks. It almost feels as though, oh, people are back to normal, right? Because we're seeing a lot of the same people, but we're not realizing they're all going back into the hotels, right? And the hotels are only opening these rooms to the locals for a very limited time. So right now, to the media and to the rest of the world, it looks like things are kind of okay right here. But what's going to happen is when tourism is allowed back, which they're saying on October 8th, they're going to tell people to get out of the hotels on October 7th. And a lot of those people are going to get kicked out of the hotels on October 7th, right? When you're in a hotel, you know it's a temporary feeling, right? It's a weekend getaway, right? It doesn't feel homey. It doesn't feel somewhere you want to stay, that you have a future.
There was such a mess at a governmental level. Again, I'm going to go back to the government. It was such a mess at a local and state governmental level that it made it a million times harder for people to understand the whole scope of what was happening, to understand what was the real information, what was not real information. And that hurts people's recovery from day one. And I would say now, a month later, people are worse off than they were even back then, because the information and the action just has not been taken at the highest levels of the government there on the island, and people are suffering because of that.
On a clear day from Lahaina, we can almost see Diamond Head, which is the island of Oahu, which is right where the largest naval base in the world is sitting. We could take a boat. They could have been here in 6 hours. 6 hours, you know, and they never showed up. They never came. We knew planes couldn't land. We knew cars couldn't go. And we were just expecting to see a big Navy ship, a big Red Cross Navy ship that was there to help and take people and bring supplies, and it never showed up. We had the resources right there. If there was a war going on, if something was under attack, it would have been here in 3 hours, quicker, you know. But when it comes to something like this, that's the question.
The Hawaiian National Guard and the fire department have done a lot to assist people and stop the fires in Lahaina. However, what they have done was insufficient to prevent massive loss of people's lives. The scale of the tragedy was too vast, and the rescuers were in dire need of professional and technical assistance. This assistance could have been provided by military bases located within only 2.5 hours by sea or a 30-minute flight, less than 100 miles from the Lahaina fire, where Americans perished, is the U.S. Navy Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. Also nearby is the Marine Corps Base Hawaii. If during the fire, the Marine Corps Base Hawaii had fully utilized all its equipment and capabilities to assist people and stop the fires, it could have taken the following actions. Deployment of air station assets, such as helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft. For aerial firefighting, water drops, and evacuation missions, the Marine Corps Base Hawaii has a 7,800-foot runway where the 24th Marine Aircraft Group is stationed, operating various aircraft types, such as Super Stallion, Osprey, Venom, Viper, and Hercules. These specialized aircraft would have been invaluable in this situation. In addition, they could have mobilized ground forces. The 3rd Marine Littoral Regiment could have used its amphibious vehicles such as Assault Amphibious Vehicle and Amphibious Combat Vehicle to access the coastal areas of Lahaina that were cut off by the fires. The Combat Logistics Battalion 3 could have provided logistical support such as fuel, water, food, medical supplies, and engineering equipment. The 3rd Radial Battalion could have ensured effective communication between rescuers and the affected population. Additionally, given the capabilities of the Marine Corps Base Hawaii, coordination could have been established with other military and civilian agencies, such as the Navy's Patrol and Reconnaissance Wing 2, the Hawaii National Guard, the Maui Fire Department, the Maui Police Department, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. The base also houses a unit of the U.S. Navy that operates maritime patrol aircraft, including the Poseidon and Orion. These aircraft could have conducted surveillance and reconnaissance over the fire-affected areas and assisted in search and rescue operations. The U.S. Naval Base Pearl Harbor has 25 surface ships and submarines, including destroyers, cruisers, frigates, amphibious ships, and attack submarines. Additionally, Coast Guard vessels stationed there could have ensured a safe zone around the fire-affected areas and provided assistance or evacuation for people on the shore or in the water. These are just some potential actions that could have been taken to assist people during the fires in Lahaina. The American military could have indeed been real heroes and saved people in Lahaina, but unfortunately, it did not happen, and they cannot be blamed for that. A directive from the federal government was needed to utilize the full power of military bases, but it did not arrive in time. The fires in Lahaina started on August 8, 2023, at approximately 6:37 a.m. local time. It was 2 days later, on August 10th, that the governor of Hawaii requested federal assistance. 6 hours after that, President Joe Biden approved the request. However, by then, the fires had already caused irreparable damage and resulted in loss of life. Their lives cannot be brought back. Like all Americans, these individuals paid taxes, some of which contribute to the military budget. In 2023, the size of the military budget was $858 billion. These are substantial funds that were supposed to ensure the safety of citizens. In practice, that did not happen. Why? Do we need such an army that cannot protect us and help us in our most challenging moments? As it turns out, the military is not designed to save lives. It's designed to consume our taxes and create the illusion of power and strength. Just 2.5 hours by sea, or a 30-minute flight, separated the base of one of the most well-equipped militaries from burning American citizens. Yet, even the most well-equipped military in the world did not save its citizens. It could not save American lives. Any one of us, including you, could find ourselves in the place of the victims of tragedy. Will help come to you. Draw your own conclusions.
The tragedy in Hawaii is heartbreaking for every American. It's hard to imagine that you, your family, could have been in that hell, where at any moment you could have just burned alive in your own house or car trying to escape. We used to only see this kind of scenes in movies, but now it has become our new climate inevitability. So as you go to bed, leave for work, drop off your children at school, just know that this might be the day when the climate devastation will come for you and your children. You witnessed the alarming apocalyptic disasters unfolding in America and similar events occurring on other continents. You have seen that climate catastrophes are on the rise, and we as humanity are not even close to understanding how to solve this crisis. What are we doing instead? We are continuing to fight and destroy each other. Although the climate is already doing a much more successful job at this, it is wiping out whole cities and parts of continents. All it takes is one flood, one wildfire, one earthquake, and in an instant, tens of thousands of people perish. And what kind of help can we, people, count on? You just heard of people sharing their experience of going through hell in the Hawaiian fire. The sirens never sounded, and the ships from the nearby military base never came. Remember what happened in Libya? Did they warn people there? Did they come to their aid? No, they only came to collect corpses from the sea and pick up bodies in the streets. Look at what happened recently during the flood in China. Where was their praised army when people needed help? Where was the cavalry? You think the communists came running and started saving everyone? No. Both in Libya and China, help arrived later when lives were lost. In both Libya and Hawaii, help showed up just to pick up the corpses. Do you think we will be evacuated when the next climate disaster hits? Or, as in previous cases, will the army come only after the damage has been done, only to pack up the bodies in plastic bags? Today, it is much cheaper to purchase body bags or organize mobile crematoriums rather than evacuate people. But before you condemn the armies, think about it. Isn't it our own fault that we created and support such a formative society? No one taught the military how to save people. They were only taught how to kill and how to dispose of corpses. And think about it. What would you do in such a situation? If you were faced with a choice, would you spend the money needed to evacuate people that you've never seen, or would you pocket the money? It's the same as in war. It's one thing to shoot someone while you're looking at them in the eyes. And it's completely different when you shoot at a residential building from a cannon, never seeing the eyes of the children, women, and men that you've just killed. This is how we people are living, just as in a computer game. The world we live in today is a scary place. We learned to create weapons based on new physical principles. We learned to create iPhones and fancy cars, but we never learned to respect each other. For many years, we have been divided, which makes us easier to control. As a result, modern society is a society of selfish fools who value power and profit above everything else. And this spreads across all spheres of our lives. For example, our science has been so busy with making money and serving corporate interests that it has failed to diagnose a crucial problem. We have critically polluted the ocean, and now we cannot make it through the 24,000-year cycle. As we have already said, there are a lot of different scientific institutes and millions of scientists, even highly awarded ones. But they do not collaborate together. Moreover, they only care about work that pays. Our entire science, like any business, is focused exclusively on making money, even today when we are on the brink of destruction. As a smart person, you would think this is absurd. It seems obvious that we need to unite all human potential and all resources to survive. You understand that neither weapons nor geopolitical manipulations will help us to solve this problem. And the only thing standing in our way is the lack of humanity. This is the real crisis we face today. We are good problem solvers, but we find it difficult to unite and agree on how to survive. The loss of mutual respect, love, and humaneness, like the death of the ocean, poses a mortal danger to us and will not let us overcome the impending threat of the climate apocalypse.
So, we have a huge problem, a planetary scale climate catastrophe that we need to address very soon. What options do we have? Let's go through them in order. There are two possible solutions in the world, the implementation of which will ensure our survival and the survival of our loved ones. The first option involves creating conditions for uniting the whole world's scientific potential while maintaining the consumer format of society and existing forms of government. At the same time, it also assumes the consolidation of global politics to address the emerging threat. It also entails a change in global rhetoric, focusing on improving human relations and ensuring freedom of movement for every person. That becomes especially important considering the suddenness of climate catastrophe that can occur in the different regions of the planet. Unified laws and rules will be established worldwide based on the principle of mutual assistance, and they will apply everywhere in the world, regardless of where a person is located. In other words, we will become one big family where everyone retains their independence and autonomy. And there is another solution. If the first option implies consolidating global politics, the second option unites all people on the planet. In this case, the second option can create conditions where, if we survive, we will all receive the benefits currently unavailable to us. For example, free healthcare, education, electricity, and, additionally, in the second option, even technologies that today sounds like science fiction or are not profitable for businesses and the modern economy will become available. One such example is fuel-free generator. Introducing the fuel-free generator means that all energy will be absolutely free for you. Another example of technology, human life extension beyond the species limit. It may sound like a science fiction, but few people know that this issue has long been resolved, and a person can extend their existence to about 1500 years. This means that anyone, even at an advanced age, will be able to restore youth and health and live in such a state for at least 1500 years. This technology will be available to everyone only when society changes its format. Science can already solve this, but we and our respected politicians cannot implement it in our society. This is because in the current consumer format, we are forcefully told that there is overpopulation and that we need to reduce the human population to 500 million for the planet to survive. Well, they no longer need to worry about that climate disaster will soon reduce us to zero if we do not find a solution. However, in the case of implementing the second option, which we will tell you about later, even 50 billion people on the planet will not be enough because people are needed and essentially for the development and progress of civilization. Not to mention that everyone can be provided for and each can enjoy a heavenly life without harming the environment or killing the planet. So, let's move on to a more serious review of these two ideas. The first option for us to consider today regarding addressing the climate collapse was proposed by our American scientist, Dr. Egon Chalakian. Dr. Chalakian is a visiting researcher at Harvard University and retired particle physicist, international tax law and intellectual property law professional with a national security background. Early on in his career, he served as a legislative tax analyst, assigned to the President's Commission on International Trade and Investment Policy, the White House, Nixon-Ford administration, and while affiliated with the Harvard Legislative Research Bureau, he simultaneously served as a legislative tax analyst attached to the Joint Taxation Committee of the Committee on Ways and Means and Finance, U.S. House of Representatives and Senate. During his early career, Dr. Chalakian likewise served both the Reagan Kitchen Cabinet and Reagan White House as a legislative tax analyst. As well, Egon Chalakian counts himself exceedingly fortunate to have served 4 standing U.S. presidents during his career and 3 standing assistant secretaries of the U.S. Treasury Department. Dr. Chalakian holds like-level qualification within the particle physics, material science domains, with his name duly cited in all 4 volumes of CERN Laboratories' Future Circular Collider study report. Dr. Chalakian proposed to create a unified international scientific center to address the climate crisis. Essentially, it's an international, interdisciplinary alliance of the world's top scientists from various countries. They will work purposefully on solving this problem. Now, let's watch an excerpt from Dr. Chalakian's video address.
My name is Egon Chalakian. In view of the exceedingly alarming situation, the unprecedented progression of destructive climate catastrophes on our planet, I urgently wish to appeal to the 3 global leaders upon whom, in my estimation, the future of all humanity depends. I address myself to the President of the United States, of America, Mr. Joe Biden, the chairman of the People's Republic of China, Mr. Xi Jinping, and the president of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin. I am compelled to make this urgent statement in my role as a representative of the world of science, as a multidisciplinary scholar reflecting top-tiered academic and laboratory affiliations, who likewise enjoyed intimate working relationships with 4 U.S. presidents. For many years, I concerned myself with the impact of climate change upon national security. Let me elucidate the key aspects of the issue to foster a deeper understanding. The cause behind the escalating climate changes today is an external cosmic impact destabilizing the Earth's core. This is exacerbated by the ocean's loss of thermal conductivity function, leading to its inability to cool the magma. Consequently, endogenous energy accumulates within the Earth's depths. Take a look at 2 critical parameters. The first chart shows trends in the amount of heat stored in the world's oceans. And the second chart shows annual divergence of global ocean surface temperature. In both cases, there is a definite upward trend visible in the data. These disruptions in the balance of the planet's operation result in a rapid increase in both the number and intensity of extreme atmospheric events, including hurricanes, typhoons, tornadoes, and anomalous precipitation, leading to floods. This perturbation also extends to geodynamic catastrophes, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, etc. Furthermore, according to a mathematical model devised by the international scientific group ALLATRA, the escalation of climate catastrophes occurs in a geometric progression from which it ensues that in just 7 years, as a consequence of the cataclysms on Earth, there will be hardly any habitable place remaining. I have verified their calculations in this mathematical model and have every reason to assert its accuracy and precision. I wish to underscore that I have been involved in developing methodologies for analyzing the veracity of information which have been employed by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, CIA, and other U.S. and foreign intelligence agencies. Therefore, I possess a level of competency sufficient to assert that the progression of increasing strength and frequency of cataclysms proposed by ALLATRA is, in fact, accurate. It indicates the most perilous situation, the rapid intensification of the power of cataclysms in the coming years, and an impending climatic collapse. The realization of climate anomalies and progressions that I have referenced signify that in the immediate future, we will inevitably face historical magnitudes of devastation from climate disasters, incurring immeasurable material and financial losses. We will witness an unprecedented surge in the number of climate refugees, compounded by the loss of a massive number of human lives. On 13 August 2023, I made a compelling call to all of humanity, the scientific community, the world leaders, to support the establishment of a unified international scientific research center. This center would facilitate a rigorous and comprehensive investigation of the multifaceted aspects of climate change and the development of effective and sustainable solutions. I initiated this concept with the sole aim of bringing together leading experts in scientific interdisciplinary research and providing them with optimal conditions for productive work. This entails access to all necessary scientific resources and unlimited funding, which can only be achieved with the endorsement and uniform cooperation of the states. Front and center, it is necessary to establish a unified international scientific center to bring together the finest scientific minds from around the world to address the issue of climate collapse. For effective operation, this center must be equipped with access to all necessary equipment, satellites, observatories, and research stations across the entire globe. It is crucial to emphasize that such an endeavor will demand extraordinary unlimited funding, as solving a task of this magnitude will require the dedicated commitments from all laboratories, research centers, colliders, and the like that exist today. We will need to continuously collect and analyze data from practically every corner of the Earth, from all its layers, ranging from the core to its near space environment. Only through such means can we establish control over the processes currently driving us toward destruction and terminate them. Secondly, it is imperative that we immediately cease all wars, military conflicts, disagreements, and geopolitical disputes. It is crucial to halt the destruction and fragmentation of the world. We all face a common enemy today that threatens all countries, the climate. We need to consolidate our resources. If the Alatra scientists had been heeded a decade ago, much of what is happening now and what will be happening in the future might have been averted. However, that all belongs to the past. We live in the present. Our decisions in the now shape whether we will have a future. Mr. Biden, Mr. Xi Jinping, Mr. Putin, I address you. In light of this critical situation, it is urgent to globally transform world politics and channel all efforts in consolidation. The armies of the world should alter their operational modes, shifting from the destruction of enemies to the saving of people. We as human beings are not enemies to each other. It is solely within the power of the three of you to shape an international agenda focused on the fact that we are not adversaries. Our Earth is truly small and our planet is highly vulnerable, teetering on the brink. There is no longer a reason to wage wars and remain divided. The only sense lies in seeking ways to unite. We must acknowledge that disaster never strikes when it is convenient. Therefore, we must address the issue of climate migration immediately, while we still have the opportunity to do so in a relatively stable situation. Conditions for people's relocation to new territories should already be established based on a democratic approach without coercion with the free will of individuals respecting all human rights. People should feel like human beings. They should feel that their lives are valuable, important, and protected, that they receive genuine rights and freedoms. We need to acutely realize now that there will soon be no one ahead or behind in this race. Therefore, countries' borders should already be open for free movement for everyone. I am fully aware and acknowledge that such unrestricted movement entails the inevitable interaction of people from diverse cultures, traditions, and customs. This necessitates the formulation of unified measures and rules that should not infringe upon the interests of other migrants or host communities. These rules should be founded on humanity and the need to respect each other and live in peace and harmony. It is vital that people don't have artificial reasons for conflict, that their honor and dignity are not violated, and that they preserve their human identity. Clearly, large-scale relocation of people will entail the necessity of reorganizing the economic system. While maintaining individual national economies, a unified planned international economy is required for the distribution of essential products and necessities and for other purposes. This unified economy should be focused on ensuring human dignified living conditions for all people, regardless of their place of residence or relocation. It is the epicenter of this emergency situation where we all find ourselves today. Every country already experiences the impact of climate change. Many countries have already significantly suffered, and soon no country will be left untouched. With each passing month and day, the situation will take on even more serious and severe dimensions. But for now, we still have a chance. We have a chance if you listen to us. The world we live in yesterday no longer exists today. Many may not want to accept this, but regardless of our attitude, there is no reversal to the past. Either we build a new format of interrelations, cease our divisions, and protect this planet, or this destructive process, which has already become irretractable and uncontrollable, will culminate in the dismay of entire humanity. We still have a chance. If we don't seize it, all wars and politics will be meaningless. Everything will be in vain.
As we understood from the esteemed Dr. Chalakian's presentation, we can tackle our key issue, avoiding a climate collapse, by creating and operating the Unified International Scientific Center. We can stabilize the planet's core and build a shield against external cosmic influence. We can address ecological problems, cleaning the oceans, air, and soil, and introducing new energy sources as well. Effective operation of such a center requires changes in both social, economic, and political spheres. One of the essential conditions in the ceasing of all wars on the planet. That means that global politics will shift towards uniting people. Essentially, this model will help save the world not only from climate collapse, but also from the nuclear apocalypse, at least for the next 10 years. All presidents will retain their position and the power structure will remain unchanged. Since all wars on the planet will cease, all military structures and equipment will be redirected towards saving human lives, ensuring collective security, and responding promptly to the emergencies. Dr. Chalakian's model provides a solution for the ongoing crisis of climate migration. Due to inevitable climate disasters, people will need to leave their countries and move to more favorable living areas. Dr. Chalakian suggests opening all borders already today. To do this, unified measures and rules must be developed to protect the right of both migrants and the host communities. Conditions for people to move to new territories must be created with a democratic approach and respect for human rights. Clearly, the economic system will undergo reorganization to create such conditions for people and ensure unlimited funding for the International Scientific Center. While individual country economies are retained, a unified global plan economy will be established, capable of withstanding growing catastrophes and dealing with their consequences. People will move around the world within a single economic zone, ensuring everyone has housing, food, and essential items regarding of location. I would also like to revisit the group of ALLATRA scientists the esteemed Egon Chalakian mentioned today. Thanks to their scientific research, his center's work won't start from scratch. I fully share Egan's opinion that thanks to the ALLATRA scientists, humanity has a chance for survival. As he noted, the ALLATRA scientific group is decades ahead for modern science, and their research goes beyond contemporary achievements with developments such as portable neutrino detectors they created 20 years ago to study climate change's processes. While modern science is still grappling with the quantum physics, ALLATRA scientists are already working at the beyond quantum level. This clearly demonstrates that they are at the forefront of the scientific research. Their discoveries made decades ago have only recently been confirmed by modern science. Therefore, it can be confidently stated that the scientific developments of the ALLATRA group of scientists will serve as a solid foundation for creating new technologies to shield against external cosmic influence and help save all of humanity. But to achieve this, specific conditions must be created. So, let's summarize. We now understand that we won't find a solution to the global climate challenge within the current society format, considering the state of our science and geopolitical tension. Therefore, Dr. Chalakian proposed certain minimal changes to our existing societal format while addressing the climate problem. Dr. Chalakian's model also includes ending all wars on Earth while keeping the political system and the power structure unchanged, addressing the issue of climate migration, establishing a unified global planned economy, reorganizing global politics within a focus on the consolidating all countries, creating a unified scientific center dedicated to saving humanity. Ultimately, Dr. Chalakian's model represents an ambitious and promising plan that can bring together the world's best scientific potential to tackle the climate challenge before us. It also aims to create the conditions for all people to be prepared for the impending catastrophic changes and minimize the risk to life and society.
Friends, we've just heard a way out of the climate collapse proposed by the esteemed Dr. Chalakian. The essence of his model is that politicians come together, negotiate, and establish a unified scientific center to save humanity. In the process, the consumerist format of modern society remains. This means that the power of a few over the majority, social inequality, and the dominance of certain groups over others persist. The goal of this option is a temporary agreement and the unification of all countries to prevent a climate catastrophe. And as soon as a solution is found, everything will return to the previous state of our society. This is the first way out. But there is another solution that could help humanity tackle the climate threat. It involves changing the current consumerist format of society and developing an entirely new format, the creative society. This creative society model is similar to Egan Chalakian's model in that it requires creating conditions for uniting the best scientists and all scientific potential to develop new technology. One that will enable us to halt the destructive effects of cosmic radiation on our planet. This, in turn, will stabilize our planet's core and prevent humanity's extinction. However, this model is fundamentally different from Chalakian's model, because in it, there won't be few individuals in power over the majority. And there won't be social inequality. Power will be evenly distributed among all of humanity, and each of you will become a world president. This leads to the creation of a unified human civilization once and for all, where there will be no inequality, wars, or disease. Yes, I didn't misspeak. There won't be disease or aging. In the creative society, a health capsule device will be available to every person, absolutely free of charge, capable of extending a person's life to at least 1,500 years, restoring youth and health, even to very old people. In reality, science can already solve the issue of extending life beyond the species limit today. But it will never be possible to implement that in the consumerist format of society. It's also impossible in the version proposed by Egan Chalakian, because his version retains the consumerist system, and for this format, 8 billion people is already too many. That's why there can be no talk of life extension. We can't even dream of eradicating disease, not even the most basic ones. No pharmaceutical company will allow that, because they need to dominate us, extract money from us, and keep us fully under control and manage us. The creative society's primary value is human life, including health, youth, and well-being, not money and power. I also want to emphasize an important point regarding population size. While 8 billion people may be too many for the consumerist format, even 50 billion people would be too few for the creative society. And yet, every individual's essential needs will be met, from food, clothing, and shelter to luxuries we can't even dream of today. And all of this will be available to everyone completely free, and there won't be any disease or aging. Even more interesting is that humans will live in harmony with nature. Our environment will thrive, and our oceans will be cleansed. We won't need to kill animals to feed ourselves. We won't even need to pluck fruit from trees, because each of us will have a matter replicator. This technology can create any product according to your taste. We've talked about these technologies and the tremendous benefits of the Creative Society many times before. You can learn more about the Creative Society from the previous forms: Global Crisis, There is a Way Out, and Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity. But can we actually build such a society? That question remains open.
Right now, we have only two options that give us a chance to survive in the face of escalating climate catastrophes. We either build a unified scientific center, proposed by Egon Chalakian, or the Creative Society. There is simply no third option. At least, no one has come up with or suggested one yet. So, let's have a straight talk about this. As mature, intelligent adults, let's analyze the feasibility of implementing these two options. Can we, as humanity, realize at least one of them?
We won't be able to save ourselves and build, for example, the Chalakian model. Despite all the benefits and prospects, unfortunately, we won't be able to do it. Let's understand why. Chalakian's idea of creating a single international scientific center is good. Today, we have learned about it and understood it. But for this idea to work, all the world leaders must learn about it and understand it to find a way out of the current situation.
For Americans, asking their leader to find a solution to such a difficult situation is quite a demand, because Biden can't even find a way out from the stage. The problem isn't just Biden. It's that if Kim Jong-un and Putin continue to wage war, implementing Egon Chalakian's model won't be possible. But let's imagine a miracle happened, and all of humanity accepted Chalakian's proposal and decided to create a unified international scientific center. The first step towards its creation would be negotiations among world leaders. In other words, Biden would have to sit at the same table as Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Xi Jinping. Can you imagine them discussing peace, brotherhood, and open borders at a negotiation table, so that everyone has an opportunity to move wherever they want? This is a mandatory condition in Chalakian's model, and ideally, it should be implemented urgently. What do you think? Will North Korea open its borders if the need arises? But let's imagine even this miracle happened, and the borders were opened. As an American, can you imagine moving to North Korea or Russia? Will you be able to come and live there peacefully as a free person? And, in principle, no matter where you move, is there democracy and a value for human life? Because this is also a mandatory condition in Egon Chalakian's model. Otherwise, we will continue to fight, which means there will be no talk of an open borders and conditions for the unity of scientists. But let's continue. Can you imagine world leaders agreeing on a unified economy? That everyone starts acting in unison for the sake of saving every person's life? That all military structures merge into one, and all military personnel are retrained as rescuers. Now, their task is not to kill people, but to save them from the climate catastrophes. Remember, sitting at this table are Russia, China, and North Korea, or in other words, Putin, Xi Jinping, and Kim Jong-un. Americans, can you imagine tyrants sitting at one negotiating table for the sake of saving all of humanity? Can you imagine tyrants allowing people to talk about this model? And the countries we're talking about, they're a huge part of the world with massive armies. You are mature adults and understand that this is impossible.
Yes, but let's imagine another miracle. Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Xi Jinping, along with Biden, finally reach an agreement. Now, they must provide scientists from their countries to work in a unified scientific center. What kind of scientists do you think they will offer? Do you hope they will give us real, brilliant scientists? Egon Chalakian model suggests temporary unity. This means that after resolving the climate issue, the consumerist format will take hold again. Understanding this, leaders will never stop worrying about their future, even for a moment. So, even if they agree to a global economy, they definitely won't give us the real scientists. Because real, top scientists always work for the military complex, which means they safeguard their power. Therefore, tyrants won't give them away. Tyrants will think about subsequent seizure of power. They will keep their laboratories, and consequently, the scientists involved in secret developments in cutting-edge physics. They will retain the best scientists, whose names are unknown to the public today. As for the Unified Scientific Center, they will assign scientists with big names, those who are internationally renowned, but essentially plagiarists and opportunists. These individuals are the ones who are friendly with governments and receive accolades for voicing and supporting the desired agenda. In simple terms, the tyrants will give us careerists, who are far more prevalent in science than the true scholars. They will give us those who can do nothing except to fight for grants. Today, we use their data to explain what is happening with the climate. Was it difficult for you to understand? No, you understood everything. But why couldn't they comprehend it? Why can't even they add 2 plus 2? Because they lack the intelligence, and in the modern world, we don't really have the true science either. These scientists can't comprehend what is happening to the Earth. Can they make a scientific breakthrough? You, as intelligent people, know the answer very well. Yes, they're real scientists, but they're very few. There are no more than 200 real scientists in the entire world. If they're not involved in developing new technologies to save the planet, then our chances of success are greatly reduced. Here's another answer to why Chalakian's proposal is shaky.
We understand that no tyrant will relinquish their power, open borders, or give up their scientists. But what about the people? Can the public influence their leaders' actions in any way? Let's look at this situation objectively. To bring about change, people must understand what is happening to the planet and what Egon Chalakian is proposing. Take North Korea, for instance. Will the people there grasp the essence of Chalakian's idea if they only know to worship their leader as a god? Or perhaps the Chinese, who have learned to work like robots and idolize their leader? Or even Russians, who aside from drinking vodka, seem to excel only at praising Putin. And look at what's happening in Russia right now. We haven't even moved towards implementing either option, where the mandatory condition is the unity of all people. In Russia, they expelled Alatra as if they were driving someone else's flea-ridden dog out of the yard. As you know, thanks to the Alatra scientists, people now have a chance for survival. It was the Alatra scientists who initiated interdisciplinary climate research, but Alatra was expelled from Russia as an undesirable organization. Evidently, Putin considered Alatra a threat to his power. Yes, it's absurd. But in the consumerist format of society, This is absolutely normal. And the politics and security of one dictator are much more important than the safety of a country and the salvation of humanity. We understand that for the sake of one tyrant, they are ready to kill millions of people. A tyrant doesn't care about other people's lives. They only care about their wealth, their money, and their power. And before you judge him, think, are you not the same? Did you care so much about the situation in Hawaii, where our fellow citizens, Americans, were burning alive while you were comfortably on the couch, daydreaming or sipping coffee, planning your day? And during that time, you knew that people, our fellow citizens, Americans, were burning there. Thousands of people died in Hawaii. Now, imagine this situation. For every person who burns in Hawaii, you can receive $100,000. And you face a choice. Keep these people alive or take the money. There are two buttons. The green one, to get the money, and the red one, to refuse the money so people can live. What would you choose? Money or people you don't know? People you've never seen and you've never looked at in their eyes? Just answer honestly. Answer to yourselves, not to us. You'll lie to us. Here's your answer. We are just like these tyrants. Why? Because in the consumerist format, it's normal and natural. But let's get back to Alatra, which was simply expelled from Russia as if they were chasing out a stray dog out of the yard. They just expelled the people to whom we, as humanity, already owe our chance at survival. What can we expect from the people who treated Alatra this way? Their power is more valuable to them than not only the safety of their citizens, but also the safety of all humanity. So, can people like Putin sit down at the same table and come to an agreement? Because of this, we lose any possibility of realizing Chalakian's model. It's because of our human nature. And all we can do now is fight to live a little longer than our neighbor.
All right, let's step away from the reality and just fantasize, purely hypothetically imagine that yes, a miracle happened and the leaders did agree, accepted Chalakian's model, and scientists united, started working, and managed to save our world. And we have another 1,000 years of peaceful life. But is it really that peaceful? Because as soon as the climate problem is solved, everything will return to the way it is now. Economic and military confrontation and nuclear weapons. Even worse, there will definitely be the development of even more terrifying weapons than nuclear ones. To save our planet, scientists must delve into the beyond quantum world. They will have to tackle the most serious task of the saving the world. However, they will also be compelled to explore another realm of physics, delving into a world that we're not yet familiar with. But in doing so, they will inevitably contribute to the invention of new weapons, even more frightening based on the new principles. And the principles of the new physics that initially saved us from the climate will ultimately become the means of our destruction. The world will divide. And once again, we will face the threat of humanity's self-destruction due to greed and tyranny. And is it worth saving this world if, in the end, it will be destroyed by someone like Kim Jong-un or Putin because of their own ambitions and fears? Yes, this will likely not happen in our times, but in the future generations. Let's look at the history. Tyrants have always existed, and the threat has always been present. They simply didn't have the kind of weaponry that modern tyrants possess. Now, let's look into the future. What are the chances of survival for all of humanity? Objectively, these chances are very slim, and there are too many reasons for this, the most significant being the human factor. This simple, plain human factor will become an insurmountable obstacle for the leaders of the world today in implementing the project proposed by Egon Chalakian.
Well, if this option won't save us, what can we say about the 2024 option? He won't save Americans either.
What do you mean, bro? What's the 2024 option? What are you even talking about?
I'm talking about the US presidential elections, of course, bro.
Yo, did you know that in 2024, there will be elections not only in the US, but also in Russia?
That's why I'm talking about the presidents of the apocalypse. The one we choose will become the president of the apocalypse, both in Russia and America.
Bro, not just the president of the apocalypse. Judging by the direction our world is heading in, this president might also become a new horseman of the apocalypse. So, who will we choose for this crucial role?
Well, if we chose Biden, he certainly won't measure up to being a horseman of the apocalypse. After all, according to the Bible, a horseman of the apocalypse should ride a horse. And Sleepy Joe isn't much of a rider. He falls even from a bicycle. But as the president of the apocalypse, he would perfectly embody all characteristics of our modern science. Just like Biden, science can't seem to find a way out and constantly deals with a non-existent threat in the form of CO2. Just as Sleepy Joe regularly interacts with non-existent opponents.
Yo, facts, bro. Scientists pretend there's no climate progression, and we'll pretend not to see its progressing mental degradation.
It's scary that it's not just his mental degradation, but also America's degradation as a country. By the way, when choosing Biden as the president of the apocalypse, we need to consider that we definitely won't be able to impeach him. Even now, they tried to impeach Biden and make him leave. Clowns. He doesn't even know where to go when leaving the stage. How will he leave the presidency? He doesn't even know where to go.
Look, bro, all right. So Biden is not cut out to be president of the apocalypse. So who will be the president of the apocalypse in the US for 2024? Who will be best at brainwashing us? Think about it. We also got Trump. And with him, we certainly won't be bored. He'll probably launch his own brand, The Last Apocalypse President 2024, and sell merchandise for $7 million in the first 24 hours. He'll dance and give speeches about how huge he is and how important he is to America.
Jokes aside, bro, let's talk seriously. If we choose Trump, we'll all drown in an ocean of lies together. But at least we'll have fun. We'll laugh. Watch as he destroys our chances of survival. There has never been a more dishonest person. This is the president who promised to make America great, but then plunged us into debt. And now he's worse than the president of Ukraine.
Bro, why you say that? A lot of people rock with Trump.
Trump has more and more support because we lack wisdom. I don't mention Ukraine for no reason, bro. Do you remember how Trump bragged about supplying weapons to Ukraine? What did he say? Obama gave them pillows and blankets, and I gave them weapons. Don't we have that video? Pull it up.
I'm the one that gave Ukraine offensive weapons and tank killers. Obama didn't. You know what he sent? He sent pillows and blankets.
How proud he was of it back then. But now, he's saying that as soon as he becomes president again, he'll end the war in Ukraine within 24 hours. And then he immediately says he'll send a new batch of weapons to Ukraine. Get ready, Americans. It's time to open up our wallets again. There's no money to help our Americans in Hawaii whatsoever. But they can always find money to fuel wars.
Yeah, that's true. And even though Obama handed Trump a strong and powerful country, he turned America into a circus. Trump started it, and Biden made it worse and finished it off. And if you notice, they both share one theme. They're both at odds with Putin. So why not choose Trump? After all, we still have money, right? We'll have to take out more loans to fund their wars or to give them more to steal. And that's already a good question. Seriously, they don't care about Ukrainians any more than they care about the Americans. We need a real G, or for real, we might end up with the horseman of the apocalypse.
Listen, fam. Speaking of that horseman of the apocalypse, I know a president, though he's not in our country, who fits that role very well. Of course, I'm talking about Putin.
Bro, Putin. Putin is a perfect fit. Think about it. I'm sure he'll be reelected. Russians love their Putin. And if he ran in America, I know Americans will vote for him.
Facts.
And he would easily crush these fools. After all, Putin can ride a bear without falling off. A real horseman of the apocalypse. Look at him, bro.
We're joking, of course, but in all seriousness, we have very big problems. We are all in one deep shithole, and our future depends on the next president. We need a president who's ready to confront the climate.
Yes, my fellow Americans, our choice is limited. Either we prepare our wallets again for another president to take our money, or we start thinking about the future of America.
In the end, it turns out that if we can't implement the Chelyabinsk model, if the presidents don't help us, then we have only one option left: building a creative society. As we have heard, the creative society gives us a real opportunity to save our planet, our lives, and create conditions that benefits everyone. The creative society is a wonderful chance for each of us. But let's be realists. Is it possible to build a creative society worldwide in today's conditions? The most important thing for implementing creative society is the unity of all people. At first glance, this seems possible. But let's be mature and rational adults and face our reality. For all of us to unite, people all over the world must support the creative society. To achieve this, people need to learn about the creative society and all the real benefits that each person on this planet will receive by adopting the creative society. Only a fool would refuse this opportunity. But to accept it, people must learn about it in every country, all 8 billion people.
Now is the time to revisit our heroes. Can you imagine tyrants allowing people to discuss the creative society freely? To talk about a society that guarantees the realization of the freedoms and rights of every person? A society that forever liberates people? Can you imagine people in North Korea learning about the creative society and all of its benefits and its qualities? All they are occupied with is worshiping their ruler as a god. Will he build a creative society for them? Seriously, will he save them? On the other hand, will the Communist Party save the Chinese people? Can you imagine people there, for example, freely walking the streets with creative society flags and openly talking about it? Do you think it's possible? By the way, China is one of the first countries that, according to our forecasts, will disappear within the next 5 years. But the Communist Party doesn't care about that. It will hold on to its power and dominance over the minds of people until the end. Okay, that leaves us with Russia. Can you imagine that Putin will come out and address the entire country saying, "Dear Russians, we need to build a creative society because it's the only way to save you. And I, as the true president, Vladimir Putin, support the creative society. The creative society is the only thing that will save our lives. I love you all so much. And for that, I support the creative society." Can you guys imagine that? Can you imagine him saying that? Someone who expelled Alatra from their country. The only ones who are truly capable of saving The whole world? The answer is evident. And now, tell me, how will we build the creative society without Russia, China, and North Korea? It's impossible, because the creative society can only be built worldwide. Otherwise, it won't work. Imagine that while we are building the creative society worldwide, they will be preparing nuclear weapons against us. So we won't succeed, because it means that we will also need to maintain armies, weapons, and nuclear armaments. And that's no longer a creative society. Here's her answer.
But don't just blame these three countries and their satellites. It's not only Putin, Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un who will be against the creative society. Biden won't relinquish his power either, even before his death. Once they've tasted the poison of power, they won't give it up. Because to him and everyone who has tasted power, it's now more precious than the adrenochrome. We see how even the rights of Americans are being infringed upon here in the US. And that says a lot. This is truly the end of the world. Despite the benefits that leaders could gain in the creative society, they're more likely to destroy the whole world than relinquish their power to the people. But let's forget about the reality for a moment. Let's fantasize and imagine that a miracle has happened. Putin, Kim Jong-un, Xi Jinping have opened their countries and started telling people, all right, go to the people and talk about the creative society. And here we come to another problem. Let's be honest, dear viewers, those of you sitting and watching us right now. You already know about the climate problems. You know about the creative society. And you're smart people because you're still watching us. But tell me, how many people are you willing to inform about the creative society? Earlier, we emphasized that for its implementation, everyone needs to know about it. And why go so far to other countries? Here in America, we need to inform the entire population, all Americans. Tell me, who will you personally inform? The maximum you will tell is your neighbors and friends, but no further. Right now, you have listened to information from the conference, you understand everything, and you know what to do. But tomorrow, you'll wake up in the morning, the sun will shine outside, a hurricane didn't demolish your house, everything seems fine, life is beautiful, and there are numerous daily tasks. And you have already forgotten everything. That's how every person is. There are 8 billion of us, and each is occupied with their own life. If we were different, the whole world would already know about the creative society. But we are who we are. We're just like you. And we as people are the ones opposing the implementation of the creative society, not someone else. Here, we can't shift the blame onto Biden or Putin because the creative society is in people's hands. We as people can't agree, can't explain it to each other, and don't want to hear about the creative society because we lack the understanding of its benefits for us.
John, that's absolutely right. And this unwillingness to be reasonable and adequate sometimes crosses all boundaries of idiocy. Do you remember how Greta Thunberg was outraged when she said that they stole her dream?
How dare you! You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words, and yet I'm one of the lucky ones.
And similar reactions can be seen from many people towards the creative society. These inadequacies complain that the creative society is stealing their dreams. It looks something like this.
This is all wrong. I shouldn't be here. I should be at work, slaving away for my retirement and paying my bills. How dare you rob me from getting old, the illnesses I accumulated over the years, my utility bills, and everything else. You've stolen my dreams of growing old in a nursing home. And now I will have to run young and healthy until I'm 1500 years old. But I only planned for 75. And I've planned everything out. I even have a list of diseases ready. You've already irritated everyone with your creative society. I hear about it from every TikTok account. I'm lucky. I am conscious individual, but others are not. They want everything the creative society offers. And people like me, they understand what we're going to lose. Crisis, poverty, wars and violence and boring life. Mark my words, creative society advocates. All our eyes will be on you and your actions. And if you go through with your plans, we will never forgive you.
Okay, so that may sound absurd, but we are living in this absurdity. And we hear this quite often. Yes, it may seem irrational from the outside, but those who tell us this consider themselves normal people. The reasoning you heard may sound like madness, but we do encounter it. Many people simply refuse to see their own benefit in the creative society. There are plenty of people who are afraid that their old age and illnesses will be taken away from them. This is the tragedy of modern humanity. We, as humans, have lost our reason, our instinct for self-preservation, our humanity, and most importantly, we have lost responsibility for our own future, for the future of our loved ones, and even for life itself. We have even lost responsibility for ourselves, shifting the responsibility for our lives onto people like Biden, Trump, Putin, and others. So that's the reason why building the creative society is unlikely to succeed. It's a pity, of course. Why is it a pity? I'll explain. The creative society provides opportunities that we can't even dream of. For example, let's consider extending life beyond the species limit for everyone. Even a very old man can become young again and live for 1,500 years. Just imagine even Trump becoming young. The creative society is the only way he can serve all his 700 years, which the court sentenced to him. Afterwards, he can then get out and freely serve for the same amount of time. People have proposed that everyone will receive amnesty if we enter the creative society. Everyone will get a chance to start over with a clean slate. And we suggest everyone except Trump. He can host his own prison reality show. You guys remember the Truman Show? Well, instead, we can have the Trump Show, since he loves being an actor and he loves our attention. And for 700 years, we can watch him live from his cell.
Comments are still hidden.
What else is on?
Yeah, let's see what else is.
Well, if this isn't worth building the creative society, if you don't like that, I don't know what else to say. But on a serious note, that's our problem. We, as humans, don't want to hear anything inconvenient and don't want to do anything that interrupts our everyday life. We shift our responsibility from ourselves onto others. Whom have we entrusted with the responsibility for our own lives? Our so-called leaders, those in power?
Exactly. And what's the result? Where has this led us to? Let's look at our society as adults. This conference is for thinking, intelligent people, for you Americans, for the real elite of the America. Think about it. Who among the powerful will care about people's lives? Do you hope that those in power will care about our lives, that they will warn and save us during the climate disasters? Those in power are preoccupied with something else. When, for example, the authorities help one other country, it might seem like they're willing to take care of people, but they're only doing it because they have their own interests there. Look, If we stop lying to ourselves, what do we expect? If climate catastrophes happen, we expect that we'll be saved. We hope that there will be assistance. Remember Hawaii, the most terrible tragedy, that nightmare, abandoned and screaming people in the fire, and no help from the authorities. That's our reality. And it's not just our country. Let's remember Storm Daniel. On September 10th, it hit Libya. Its tidal waves was so terrible that it immediately breached 2 huge dams in the city of Derna. Millions of tons of water washed away everything in its path. Residential areas, roads, cars, all disappeared forever. Entire residential quarters of the city of Derna were simply washed away into the sea along with people. A quarter of the city was wiped off of the face of the earth. And although the storm ended on September 12th, the number of victims is still increasing every day. As of today, the official count is about 11,000 deaths. Do you hear me? 11,000. And these are the only bodies that were found. The sea is still washing up bodies on the shore. But in addition to them, more than 10,000 people are officially considered missing. Surviving local residents say that no one warned them about the storm's strength. Although both dams were in need of repair for a long time, no one cared to strengthen them. No one warned the people that this storm could break the dams. No one even planned for an evacuation. No one saved the people from Libya from a deadly trap. Thousands and thousands of people, just like us, perished, and no one will return their lives.
Let's look at the catastrophe in Libya from an economic perspective. Answer this. What's cheaper, evacuating a huge city or buying body bags? What's cheaper? Let's look at things rationally, as adults, not as children. Imagine you're the president. You have power, and you bear great responsibility. Evacuating a city means subjecting the budget to significant economic costs and risks. And what if the forecast doesn't pan out? If the hurricane doesn't reach the anticipated strength, how much money was just spent for nothing? It's much easier and cheaper to pretend that nothing is happening and then offer condolences and buy body bags.
Unfortunately, this is a truth. And please understand us correctly right now. We're not trying to tell you that government representatives are bad. We all live in a society where such an attitude towards people's lives has become the norm. These are the conditions of our consumer-oriented society. Imagine yourself in their shoes. Imagine having that power. Imagine how many billions you're stealing. Just imagine it. You have a lot of money and power in your hands. And the fact that you're indifferent to people's lives, no one will ever find out. Tell me, while lying in a warm bath, would you think about people you don't know or have never seen in your life? Or would you think about how much money you have stolen for your family? Would you imagine how your great-grandchildren will admire you, how cool you were, how much wealth you have amassed, and how it's enough for their entire lives? You'll fight for your throne and your future to secure yourself and your offspring so they can praise you, spending the money you have stolen. You'll create a new elite clan, become the founder of a new clan. If you're not lying to yourself, you'll admit that you would act just like all those who had attained power, and you would do the same as they do. You need not to confess this to us. You will definitely lie to us, but answer honestly to yourself. With such immense power, would you really think about the lives of people you don't know? After all, even now, without holding that power, you'll agree that in reality, each of you doesn't really care about victims because it wasn't you or your loved ones who suffered. On the one hand, you might be afraid that you could end up in their shoes, but on the other hand, you still hope for a favorable outcome. But you're intelligent people. You already know the truth and understand what's happening to our planet. You must realize that each one of us who encounters climate catastrophes will experience what these unfortunate people are going through.
Yes, that's the reality of our lives. And many people have a question. Are we really powerless? In today's circumstances, yes, we are. For us to have any chance, we need to either choose the creative society or the model proposed by Egon Chalakian. No one has suggested a third option. If we don't choose either of these options, then climate catastrophes will come to each of us. You already understand and see that there is no trend toward reducing catastrophes. But if we do unite and find the strength within ourselves, then naturally, we can either build a creative society or implement what Egon Chalakian suggests. You will preserve your home, the lives of your children and parents, and you will be able to live in a different, more humane and righteous world. You will have the chance to attend your churches, pray to God, think about the salvation of your soul, and build your businesses. Our world and our lives will remain intact. So, what should we do, Americans? Build the creative society or build a society based on Chalakian's model? Both options will work if the entire world supports them. What will we do, Americans?
Right now is a time when every American needs to answer this question. The chance to build a creative society certainly exists. We're not saying that it's not possible. It is real. There's a small percentage of likelihood. But you understand perfectly well what the biggest challenge we will face is. The biggest survival problem for people is not the climate issue. It's the problem within us. The problem is a lack of humanity in each of us. People all around the world are engaged in building a creative society. But that's just a drop in the ocean because billions of us live on this earth, and each one needs to be informed. And while many people hesitate to stretch their mental faculties once more to understand the obvious and put 2 + 2 together, volunteers of the creative society around the world are doing everything they can. Because they truly understand the danger of our planet, and we, along with it, are facing.
Many people wonder where we get the money for everything we do. On this note, I'll share with you a recent life example. Not too long ago, a volunteer from the Creative Society, a talented musician named Gregory from Georgia, participated in promoting this conference. He wrote a song about the Creative Society. He created a music video to help many Americans learn about today's conference and join us. Turned out that Gregory didn't even have the money to come shoot the video. We found out about this only recently, purely by accident, that Gregory had to donate his own blood to get the money for gas. That's what people do to deliver the truth to you in time so that the sea doesn't wash up your lifeless bodies on the shore just like it did to the Libyans. These are the real heroes. This is where the Creative Society gets motivation to take action. And this is just one example among many. Creative Society volunteers do what they do because their motivation isn't personal gain, but the desire to save humanity. Understanding the importance and seriousness of the information that will be presented at this conference, the information you're hearing today, Gregory donated his own blood. Today, he is a hero of America and a true volunteer of the Creative Society. He's not thinking about himself. He's saving America. He's saving you. He's just an ordinary guy with a big heart. You may not even know him, but he loves you so much that he sacrificed his own blood to save your life. That's the truth. He's paying with his blood for your chance at life because he understands that there are people like you, real Americans, thoughtful, intelligent, humane people who can hear and understand the truth. People who are worth it. Dear friends, dear Americans, you're still watching this conference and staying with us because you're intelligent individuals who've grasped the essence of what we've been discussing today. The people who are too simple-minded have already switched off this broadcast to seek entertainment elsewhere, watching reality TV shows or funny videos of cats and dogs. Only the thoughtful have stayed with us. You have remained, and it's only you, for those who represent the hope and stronghold of all of America, that we will now share the most crucial information. We understand the two options for addressing the climate collapse we discussed are challenging to implement. Therefore, based on everything mentioned above, we want to address you, dear Americans. We have realized that we must save what can realistically be saved. Most importantly, we must save the American elite. Not the elite that rules, tells us all tall tales on television, manipulates us, and robs our country, but the real elite, you, dear Americans. Those who think, those who are forward-thinking, are the hardest working people, those who built America as it is, those who have supported and continue to support it to this day. You, the thinking, humane, and compassionate Americans. That's why we will share what you will hear next. We are doing this solely to preserve the true spirit of America. We were offered enormous sums of money for the information we're about to share with you. A representative of two corporations offered us $2 billion, $1 billion from each corporation to keep this information from going public and to make it the exclusive knowledge of these two corporations. Undoubtedly, $2 billion is a substantial amount of money. We are confident they would have offered even more if we had bargained. However, taking the money would be an unfair step, profitable for us, but unfair to you, the people of America. We choose to act as any true American citizen would and deliver this information to you. America means more to us than money. These aren't just pretty words. For us, this is the truth of life. Moreover, we wouldn't even have had the time to spend those billions due to climate catastrophes. All money will soon cease to exist, and then the climate will destroy us as well. Therefore, money is nothing. The most valuable is you, the intelligent people who can comprehend what we are about to reveal, react appropriately to this information, and preserve their lives. It is people like you who are the real elite. We believe our elite must be saved because, God willing, if our planet survives, only they will be able to rebuild the devastated America and restore its greatness. Why do we say devastated? Because no matter what we do or which model we adopt, America will be devastated. We hope not entirely, but a significant part will suffer regardless. Why? Because it's already suffering. Remember Hawaii, and not only Hawaii. The climate is already ravaging our America, and that's the truth.
And now, we're moving on to the most critical information that we have worked on for many years. Take a close look at the map of America. Do you see the red, yellow, and the green zones? This map shows how soon the different areas of our country will be subjected to devastating climate catastrophes. The red areas represent zones that will be destroyed by disasters and become uninhabitable first. This could happen at any moment, but not later than 5 to 7 years from now. The yellow zones are places that will be destroyed somewhat later than the red zones. The green zones are the territories where livable conditions will persist the longest. Dear Americans, you're mature and intelligent individuals who can act as you see fit. However, Considering the rapidly intensifying catastrophes, we recommend the following course of action. If you live in a red or yellow zone, sell your house or apartment and move to a green zone. While there's no mad rush, and few people fully realize the impending catastrophes, you have a chance to sell your property at a good price. This is your opportunity to take care of yourself, your parents, and your children, ensuring their safety. If you have a business, consider relocating it or starting a new one in a green zone. However, when choosing a new business type, consider the rapidly changing climate conditions and the fact that your life, like the life of all the humanity, will no longer be the same. We'll talk more about the business in a bit. For now, let's delve into what your new home should be like and where it should be located to increase your chances of survival for you and your loved ones. If you're buying a house in a green zone, it should be a single-story building with a sturdy stone monolithic walls. High-rise buildings are susceptible to earthquakes and tornadoes and may collapse. So, you should never buy an apartment in high-rise buildings or even two-story structures. If you decide to build a home, ensure it has a maximum of one floor above the ground, with all other floors constructed below the ground. Reinforce the house's foundation with concrete and strengthen the walls and roof. Buy or build homes away from high-rise buildings. Remember that if there are skyscrapers or even 5-story buildings near your house, they can be very dangerous. In the coming years, tornado-like hurricanes with speed up to 300 miles per hour will occur in our country. They will have tremendous force to shatter high-rise building into pieces. And these building fragments will destroy everything in their path, including your home. Given the inevitability of such hurricanes, avoid acquiring a building located on hillsides unprotected from the wind. It's better to buy or build a house between the hills, but under no circumstances should you choose a low-lying area to avoid flooding. These actions will help ensuring the safety of you and your family. Even if it extends your life and the lives of your loved ones just by 2 days more than your neighbors, it's significant. It's life, and it's worth it. As you know already, humanity has at most 5 to 7 relatively calm years left. But that doesn't mean that you have 5 to 7 years, because a catastrophic climate disaster can occur any day, even today. You're all grown up and intelligent people, and you understand that to save yourself and your loved ones, you must take action well in advance before a panic sets in. Imagine what will happen if a climate catastrophe destroys even one region of our country right now. And what if it were the region where you live? Even if you're lucky enough to survive. Despite surviving, your home will be destroyed. Therefore, you won't be able to sell it, which means you won't be able to buy a new home in a safer zone either. So, act now while you still have the opportunity. As you understand, there are no indications that the climate will start calming down and start improving. The situation will only worsen. Now, let's move on to the business. This is an essential aspect because even if you move to a safe area, you'll still need something to live on and feed your family. Dear Americans, right now, we're giving you information that will help you to preserve your capital. While few currently understand the catastrophic events that will soon affect the most countries worldwide, including America, you have the opportunity, unlike others, to preserve your assets and reorient your business. Because your assets are not just your wealth, but also America's wealth. If we become impoverished, our country will too. By taking care of your capital, we can maintain the dominant position of our great nation. Right now, we will name the territories and specific countries that will be destroyed by the natural disasters sooner than others. Dear Americans, if you work, collaborate with, or your business depends on these countries, reconsider your relationship with them, no matter how advantageous they may seem. The first countries that will cease to exist in the next 5 to 7 years are Japan, China, India, Italy, the United Kingdom, and the countries in the Arabian Peninsula. This is due to the geological structure of these territories and their vulnerability to climate disasters. All other countries will survive a little longer, but ultimately, they will face the same fate. Today, China is the second largest economic entity in the world, an important member, producer, and investor in the current international system. Due to the increasing growth and frequency of climate disasters, China is already on the brink of economic crisis that could have unpredictable consequences for the entire global community. If the Chinese economy and industry collapse, global trade and production will face significant challenges. In many sectors of global production, there will be a collapse. Therefore, if you have an international investments and stocks in companies with production located in China, consider divesting them. You're intelligent people, and you can see what already is happening in China. You understand well that soon there will be no economy, no industry, and no China itself. In the near future, there will be only 2 small green zones in China where a very small number of people can reside. Another country that will be devastated by the climate disasters in the near future is the United Arab Emirates. Despite the vital role this country plays in international trade, the development of science and innovative technologies, keeping your assets there will be simply unprofitable. The entire territory of the United Arab Emirates will soon turn into an empty desert. The same fate awaits all other countries on the Arabian Peninsula. Look what is already happening in this region. This trend will worsen, and soon, everything that emerged from the sand will return into the sand. Given the geometric progression of disasters in this region, which will only worsen, we would recommend withdrawing investments from this region and divesting of all real estates while it is still valuable. Dear Americans, if your business is somehow dependent on these countries, China, Japan, India, Italy, the United Kingdom, and the countries of the Arabian Peninsula, end your contracts, or you will lose your investments and income. If you value your money, get rid of the real estate in these countries while it can still be sold at a premium price, and while there's still something to sell. It is better to develop your business exclusively in green zones of America and other countries. Such businesses will survive and continue to generate profits in the face of climate collapse. Even a small-scale production of essential goods in green zone will remain relevant. Focus on businesses related to essential goods that will be needed in survival conditions. Acquire what you won't lose. Even if you own the world's richest and hottest international corporation, very soon, it won't do you any good. It is better to own the production of essential goods in a green zone than to control all the oil in the world right now. Soon, it won't be needed by anyone. You will see that more than 90% of the global production will cease to exist in 5 to 7 years. This trend has already started this year. However, we have not yet felt it because the halted factories have been replaced by the others. But soon, there will be no one and nothing to replace them because, due to climate cataclysms, the entire global production and the world economy will soon be destroyed. As for European countries, it's also not advisable to rely on them. We're closely studying the risks in this region right now. Perhaps, at our next forum, we will discuss this topic in more detail. For now, the most important thing is to assess all the risks and choose the best path for the development of your business. If you don't want to close your business in areas that will be destroyed in the near future, at least sell your properties and lease them instead. This will be much more advantageous for you. Keep in mind that in a few years, or even sooner, once people start realizing the seriousness of the situation, there will be a frenzy. You won't be able to sell or buy anything. But for now, while many are still in a doubt or unaware of the impending changes, you can easily preserve your assets and redirect your business. When reorienting your business, consider that some industries will be the first to collapse. First and foremost, we recommend avoiding businesses related to IT technologies, electronics, telecommunications, television, and electric vehicles. These sectors are particularly vulnerable because they rely on electricity. In the face of the cataclysms that await us, there won't be any hope of having electricity. You're intelligent people, and you understand well that electrical vehicles will just become worthless junk under the conditions ahead. So, any business connected to electric vehicles is already doomed to failure. You understand that the more climate disasters occur, the more people will actively abandon electric cars, realizing their impracticality. Stock prices will plummet, and companies will face ruin. Therefore, if you have stocks in electric vehicle manufacturing, it's better to sell them while they're still valuable to naive individuals. You're savvy people, and you probably know that there's nothing more reliable than traditional gasoline engines. Diesel is even better. With disrupted power lines, you won't get enough electricity for a car. However, if you bury a couple of gasoline barrels in your yard, you can use them as a fuel for your vehicle. You'll be able to stay mobile and move as you need it. You can't pour electricity into a canister, and solar energy won't suffice, especially considering the limited number of sunny days. So, now is the time to sell a business connected to these industries or stocks invested in them, and invest your resources in a company that will thrive in the harshest conditions. Invest in a business that will always be in demand and close to your home in a green zone with a good protection. Don't delay making this decision because you may miss the opportunity that you still have. Winter is ahead, and it will make itself felt. People hope there won't be significant disasters in the winter, but there will be. So seize your opportunities without causing panic and calmly secure a reliable business, safeguard your capital, and move to a green zone. Let's now talk about money. How to keep your finances safe in a deteriorating economy. Firstly, remember that all the money you have in bank accounts stored as digital numbers can cease to be yours at any moment, meaning it could become inaccessible to you. That also applies to any cryptocurrency. Why? Because when electricity disappears, all electronic money disappears with it. You won't be able to use them, and there will be no way to prove that you ever owned any funds in virtual electronic accounts. As you already know, the electromagnetic field of our planet is critically weakening, which means our protection from dangerous radiation, such as from the sun, is diminishing. All electronic devices on Earth will fail if there's a significant solar flare. Today, we cannot say when exactly this will happen, whether this year, next year, or 4 years from now. But we confidently assert that it will happen. No electricity means no internet, no communications, not even satellite communication. And all your savings in bank accounts, all electronic money, all your stocks and securities will instantly become worthless. Will paper money have value in such conditions? The answer is no, considering the collapsed economy, destroyed banks, and the absence of any financial regulatory mechanisms. So, what will be valued? That which you can hold in your hands, that which you can exchange for food, water, and essential items. That which will not lose its value until its very end. And only one thing can meet all these criteria: gold. Historically, our psychology is wired to value gold. This is a well-known fact. When Christopher Columbus first encountered Native Americans in the Americas, they didn't have money, but by that time, they already respected and valued gold. It was already a form of trade for them. They were unfamiliar with European culture, where gold also held significant value. This tells us that regardless of culture, valuing gold is inherited in us as humans in our genes. Therefore, until the last breath of humanity, the only valuable metal for exchange will likely be gold. Not silver, not diamonds, not gems, not expensive paintings. Please don't fall for these baubles. There are too many of them in the world, and no one will need them. Only gold will be a stable currency until the end. Understanding this, the very first thing you need to do right now is to exchange all your stocks, cryptocurrencies, electronic deposits, and savings for a real tangible gold as soon as possible. Because if you have gold, you'll have the means to provide yourself, your family with food, water, and all the essentials. No paper bills, no matter which country they belong to, will help you in this situation. Only gold. After buying gold, the most important thing is not to store it in a safe of any bank, especially in a red or yellow zone. Otherwise, consider it no longer your gold. Your gold is the gold that is stored at the very least in a bank located in a green zone. And the most secure option is to keep gold a well-built safe buried at a depth of 6 to 7 meters in the basement of your own house, securely reinforced and located in the green zone. Then, you can sleep peacefully, knowing that you have gold that belongs to you, which can feed your family, extend your life. Remember, only what's at your hand will truly be yours. What to do if you don't have the means to purchase gold today? First, at the very least, acquire physical cash. The most crucial step is to withdraw your finances from electronic forms. Remember that what's stored in electronic bank accounts in a red zone is not truly yours. It can disappear at any moment. What you have in gold within your reach in a green zone is yours. Anything in a red zone will be lost. Even what may be in a yellow zone will no longer be yours. If you can convert your financial assets into gold, start by getting rid of any stocks. Suppose you hold stocks in large corporations, especially those related to high-risk countries, China, Japan, Italy, India, and the United Kingdom, and countries in the Arabian Peninsula. In that case, the best thing you can do is sell the stocks of these corporations and buy gold. It is crucial to start doing it right now. Why? As the destruction from the global catastrophes escalates, an increasing number of people will come to understand and see what we're talking about, recognizing the real economic breakdown and assessing the risk of losses. Naturally, people will begin by selling off stocks in all companies, and prices will plummet. At the same time, gold will experience a colossal price surge because of all the increasing demand and frenzy surrounding it. Therefore, within just 5 years, your stocks may allow you to buy 100 times less gold than you can buy today. This is why we emphasize the need for immediate action, while the general public may not fully grasp the seriousness of the situation, while your stocks are still valuable, and while the price of the gold has not yet skyrocketed. Seize this moment, sell your stocks, and buy gold. Is it better to have 200 grams of gold in your pocket or in your safe in the green zone than even $1 million share in a company like Apple? It may seem like an uneven exchange, but that's how it may seem for now. However, when Apple disappears in the near future, along with all its billion-dollar assets and shares, everyone will realize that it was way better to sell Apple shares earlier. And if you're the CEO of Apple, it is better to abandon the sinking ship, sell your shares, and buy real gold and land in the green zone with that money. Better yet, acquire a herd of cows and have an ability to trade meat and milk. Given the increasing progression of climate catastrophes, this will be the best decision for the present. Soon, it will be better to be the owner of the herd of cows in the green zone than the owner of Apple or the head of JP Morgan in the red zone, where everything will disappear. Therefore, dear Americans, when considering what to do with your financial assets, remember this. If you have 200 grams of gold left, it's much better than billions of invested in large successful corporations. That's because with gold in your pocket, you'll be able to buy beef from your neighbor, the former head of Apple, who had the wisdom to get land in the green zone and a herd of cows to sell meat and milk. Funny, it may seem so now, but in the future, he will be alive, unlike the rest, because he is smart.
We all consider ourselves very intelligent, but when it comes to taking care of our own safety, do we have the intelligence to do so? Do we have the intelligence to survive? That's a big question. To answer this, let's provide an illustrative example. The horrific flooding in Libya occurred in September of this year. More than 11,000 fatalities and tens of thousands missing. At night, while everyone was asleep, a powerful hurricane tore down 2 dams, and powerful streams of water rushed into the city with tremendous force. Street after street, block after block, the water carried away thousands of people, along with their homes directly into the open sea. City residents perished as families. Homes and entire neighborhoods were swept away. A few days later, the sea began to wash ashore the deceased. Waves brought dead bodies faster than the city's inhabitants could bury them. Look at these images. Look at these people who were still alive not long ago, just peacefully sleeping in their homes. And now, I will ask you one question. In your opinion, if the residents of Libya had been warned 2 days before this tragedy that such catastrophic events would occur, would they be floating lifeless now? You might say, no, of course not. And we would say, yes, they would be. But not everyone. Only the foolish would be floating lifeless. The smart ones would be walking along the shore, watching how the lifeless bodies of foolish people are floating. That's the difference between having intelligence and not having it. Libya is just one example. But let's remember what happened in Hawaii of August this year. A massive fire, also starting at night, engulfed an entire city, spreading at an incredible speed. When the fire reached the first houses, smart people immediately left the danger zone, taking their families and their loved ones with them. The foolish ones stayed in their homes, hoping that the fire would not approach. And if it did, the authorities would surely come to their rescue in time. But within minutes, the fire was in their backyard. And now, their entire house was engulfed in flames. How can one understand such behavior? How can one understand when a person, seeing that his house is on fire, runs into that burning house to save his bike? Seriously, a bike? Is a bicycle worth more to him than his life? And yet, these are real cases. That's why we may perish. Because to each person, their bicycle is more valuable than their own life. This is our predicament. Our minds have been so conditioned that we have forgotten how to value and protect our own lives, each other's lives. This is what will lead to our future demise. The lack of responsibility for our own lives, which is caused by our dehumanization. Think about that. Our dehumanization. We have gone so far down in a direction where we can no longer be humans. We will perish if we do not take responsibility for our own lives. Intelligent people will heed our words. As for the rest, they have heard us now and learned a lot. But tomorrow, it will fade from their memory because they are distracted and foolish. The problem is that most people in the world, unlike those who have understood everything and stayed with us, do not grasp the seriousness of the impending catastrophes. Many still hope everything will work out and everything will be fine. It won't. And you have seen that today. We see no objective reasons for the progression of climate catastrophes to slow down. Everything will only intensify and worsen. And the further we go, the stronger, faster, and more destructive it will become than it is now. Yes, there is still some time of relative calm ahead of us, but any territory in the red zone can be wiped off the face of the earth by climate catastrophes at any moment. What if it happens to be the very territory where you currently reside? Even if you miraculously survive, then what? What will you do? Rely on help? How much help did they provide Libya or Hawaii? There's your answer. You need to take responsibility for your future quickly instead of relying on someone else. Therefore, while we are alive, it is crucial to think now about our future, our lives, and our safety. What do you guys think is better? Leaving everything as it is, or taking measures to preserve our lives? To die an unnecessary death like a stray dog, or to stay alive and tend to the cattle in the green zone? Throughout this conference, we've been addressing Americans capable of thinking and analyzing, those capable of understanding and realizing everything we are saying and the evidence we are presenting. We are speaking to those Americans willing to take timely action and ensure their safety, their loved ones, and their families. We are addressing those Americans who have grasped the gravity of the situation and have stayed with us until the end. It is for you that we have shown the map of the United States with the green zones and explained what will happen in the coming years. Now we are addressing you, the real elite, upon whom America has relied and continues to rely. You, the true elite, are the most valuable asset in America. Only you can rebuild our beloved America if, God willing, you survive in the green zones. Because if there is no America, then what use is this world to us? May God help us.
Thank you.